This is your girl D coming at you with this sweet, piping hot tea. So sit on down and enjoy the show because Just D Show is raw and uncensored.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and turn on that notification bell.
What's up, DzPeepz? This is your girl D coming at you with this sweet, piping hot tea. So sit on down and enjoy the show because Just D Show is raw and uncensored.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and turn on that notification bell.
What's up, DzPeepz? This is your girl D coming at you with this sweet, piping hot tea. So sit on down and enjoy the show because Just D Show is raw and uncensored.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, share, and turn on that notification bell.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I want to make sure I adjust the background volume. Hold on. Okay, I feel like that's okay because when I listened to the playback on the last live, the background music was a little loud because I wanted to be there to keep the energy calm, and this is 741 hertz, which cancels out negative energy and, you know, promotes healing, peace, and all of that. Y'all let me know how it sounds. Let me know if you can hear me okay in comparison to the background high frequency music. Okay, you guys said it sounds good. Good to see you both. Thank you so much, everybody, for your patience. Y'all know we in this retrograde. So things have been retrograding. But yet and still we are here. And yes, I went ahead and picked out my afro. But I got the blur effect on, so it doesn't look as big as it actually is. But yeah, my afro has grown immensely. So I'm letting my scalp breathe tonight. This is the downside though, is because the shea butter that, so basically when y'all be seeing me with the scarf on, my hair is cornrowed and it's always moisturizing with just raw shea butter. So when I pick it out, the shea butter is like melting all on the side of my face and shit. This is also why I don't as often pick it out, because now it's hot in Houston. Houston doesn't really have a winter. It's pretty much a different season every day. And now it's 80s. I think it was 88 today. So yeah. Ooh, but I do love my hair. So again, thank y'all so much for tuning in. Again, good to see you, my good brother in the building. Thank you so much. Yes, and y'all go on and hit that like, hit the like, hit the like, hit the like. Because if you hear you like me, so go on and hit that like on your way in. And if it is your first time on my channel, welcome to D's World. Make sure that you do like, share, and subscribe. And let me go ahead and get my channel on the screen, actually. I meant to actually start the lives off the way that I used to when I would be promoting other people's channels. So y'all make sure to hit the like, hit the like, hit the like on the way in. And make sure that you turn on your notification bell and set it to all. And then also thank you to everyone that has been signing and sharing my Stop YouTube Global Cyberbullying Gang Stalking petition. Please do continue to share and get that circulated so that we can go ahead and get that class action lawsuit started. For those who have not, don't forget to follow me on rumble.com/JustDeeShow. Y'all make sure to view the content. Don't just click follow, but subscribe as well. Oh, why does it say upcoming? Hold on. Let me check Rumble, because that video should have been started. I don't need it to be saying upcoming when we live. Hold on right quick. See, this is another thing you run into with using multi-stream platforms. And then apparently, I'm gonna say this, if this retrograde is teaching me anything, it is the patience of Job. Because I swear I didn't relaunch this browser 11 times. I'm like, this motherfucker keep freezing up. It don't matter what network I'm on. It doesn't matter what browser. It's just like, okay. Oh, so yeah, when it gets frustrating during the retrograde, breathe. I think about that song, Jill Scott's song, that's also one of my warm-ups, Just Breathe. Because it's essentially a mantra, and it's also meditation, but also singing. Very beautiful song. Give me a second, y'all, because I don't know why it's saying upcoming if that was supposed to have already started. Because I shouldn't, like, when you multi-stream and you include destinations, like I include Rumble, Twitch. They used to be able to include Instagram, but Instagram changed the settings now for going live. Normally, I don't have to manually press start for Rumble, so let me make sure it's streaming on Rumble. Okay, it is. Okay, good deal. I just wanted to make for sure before I continue. Because, see, I'm not actually currently logged in. I'm just sharing screen so that, because some people said they couldn't find my channel on Rumble so that y'all can actually see the channel. And then, of course, you just scroll through all the content. But y'all make sure to subscribe on here as well, because when you subscribe, you get live updates. I think they're, and I'm gonna double check, but I think Rumble also offers a version of a membership style where you can get exclusives, you can get inside information that I would not actually share with the rest of the public. So I'm gonna check into that and confirm and verify if that's true. If it is, what I really want to do, y'all, is get everybody over here on Rumble, because Rumble is completely uncensored. I don't have to worry about people trying to take down videos or YouTube trying to censor shit. You know, like you can say literally whatever the fuck you want on Rumble, and both of my channels are monetized. So, and that, yes, that does include Rumble. So y'all make sure to get over to rumble.com, like, share, and subscribe. Leave feedback, because I do actually go through and manually review all the comments, especially on YouTube. So feedback is appreciated. And thank you to those who have left feedback, including Andrew and April. Shout out to both of y'all. So again, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Let me get rid of a couple of these tabs. So tonight is going to be the conclusion of part 3 of Is Jaguar and Jay-Z allegedly secret lovers? And what are the facts and what is fiction? Do y'all believe Jaguar was really on Epstein Island? I don't. I'm just going to be 1,000. I don't believe that shit worth a damn. Especially the story that she swam across the goddamn ocean. Ain't nobody believing that bullshit but a bunch of fucking idiots. Just being honest. Again, my channel's raw and uncensored. So what I want to do is continue showing y'all the rest of the interview between Sam and Tasha K. Now, at a certain point in the interview, it starts to become more about like Sam's talents, and all that is great, but the point that I'm getting at are the things that he is saying from a child's perspective, growing up with Jaguar, what he experienced in his perspective of her. And a lot of his perspective of her is in alignment with the accusations in the Parham versus Combs hearing. That the only reason that was dismissed was because Ashley Parham got dropped by Ariel Mitchell Kidd. I ain't gonna hold y'all. Again, all commentary on my channel is alleged outside of my real life experience. It's my opinion that Ariel Mitchell Kidd must allegedly be on Jay-Z's payroll or on his dick or both. And quiet as it's kept, everybody said it's both, allegedly. Allegedly, she done knew Becky with the good hair. I guess maybe she replaced Leora Coleman, Mr. Lay Your Head on My Pillow looking ass. Because him and Leora was looking like they had just got done fucking. I'm gonna be honest in that picture. Ariel, I could see it because every single victim that she has ever represented, she has always dropped them as a client right before the hearing, with the exception of Adria English, because Adria just I ain't gonna hold you. I don't believe Adria was ever serious about that goddamn lawsuit. I think she just saw an easy way to scam people and hit a lick, ironically, with Jaguar and Natanya Rubin of all people. But there are actual victims out here who have suffered sexual abuse, allegedly at the hands of Jay-Z and definitely at the hands of Diddy as well. And a lot of new allegations against Diddy, new lawsuits against Diddy and Jay-Z. Can y'all just please put 2024 in the chat? If you remember me telling you this shit at the end of 2024, did I or did I not say both these niggas was going to end up in jail and that they both were getting investigated, including Beyonce, and that all these people who have lied and covered for each other was going to be uncovered, and God was going to do it in a way to where y'all couldn't hide no more. Literally everything I've said that I've seen in the spiritual realm has manifested, all of it. Even before 2024, the shit I was saying on Facebook in 2011, 2012, especially 2013. And it continued throughout shit up until I got locked out of my account, ironically, last year. Like, I've been talking about this shit. I've been having all these premonitions of these elite predators who finally getting what is coming towards them, and the people who they have hurt finally getting justice. Some of it poetic justice, in whatever way that the ancestors, angels, and Most High decide that people need to basically pay for what they did, however they decide, I'm in agreement with it. Because to me, it's just the blatant blasphemy, the blatant bullshit playing in everybody's face. People covering for sexual abusing children, sacrificing children. And whether people want to believe the Bible or not, Jaguar, you did refer to the Bible as that book. Sacrificing children to Molech and Baphomet is absolutely an abomination. Y'all want to talk about gay people are an abomination. Let's talk about these motherfucking pedophiles in y'all's churches. First and foremost, these pastors and preachers and ministers and evangelists. These mothers, these fathers, raping, molesting children. And everybody want to talk about it behind closed doors, but God forbid you talk about it publicly. Because God forbid you expose disgusting preachers who are just as disgusting as Epstein. Y'all think it's just people in the industry doing this shit? I've been told y'all, look, the religion that we was raised in, there was a religious organization called the PAW, Pentecostal Assemblies of the World, international corporation for Pentecostal apostolic churches, where they teach hell and hellfire and everything is strict. We couldn't wear pants. We couldn't wear open-toed shoes. We couldn't wear open-heel shoes. We had to sew up the splits in our fucking skirts, walking around looking like penguins, just stupid shit. Meanwhile, there were children inside of the churches. There was a young girl that got raped in the choir room during service. Not alleged. I will never forget that shit. Because I was 13 and she was 15. She went downstairs to use the bathroom and got raped in the choir room while everybody's upstairs singing the choir, praising God. They raping children downstairs. And even though he got arrested, they made her go sit upstairs next to this man like this shit didn't happen, the same way they did with me when my ex-fiance raped me. We'll just go, act like it didn't happen, but we'll counsel with you. What type of shit? Do you know how brainwashed you gotta be to accept that shit? How MK Ultra they do people in these fucking cult ass churches where they raping and molesting children, but y'all be condemning gay people like it ain't. Look, let me tell y'all something. It ain't our community doing this shit. What do we keep finding out even before the Epstein files came out? Don't it always be a goddamn preacher or a minister or a teacher or somebody that you trust? Oh, but D, you shouldn't talk about that because that exposes families. Who gives a fuck? The families need to be exposed. That's the whole point, to stop it. Not to keep sweeping it under the fucking rug. Y'all could say, well, she's saying this because of you motherfucking right. This is... What people don't understand is that the very act of rape is a demon. It is demonic. Why is it joked about in Hollywood? Why is it joked about in movies? Why is it joked about on South Park and Family Guy? Why is it a joke? Why is it desensitized? A lot of times so that the children that they are abusing can be groomed to believe that it's love. That's always what they tell you when they are abusing you, when they are molesting you. That this is how you show each other love. But you can't tell anybody because we'll get in trouble. Anyone who's been molested, you heard that shit. A kid doesn't even understand what the hell's happening to them or what they're doing to somebody else. You rob that child of their innocence. And there are people abducting children and doing this shit as a sacrifice to these deities. Now, when I died and went to heaven and I asked the angels, what is sin? They said sin is a man-made concept. It has nothing to do with heaven. The Luciferians created that. Y'all do understand that a third of angels left with Lucifer and came here. They're not all evil. Lucifer was an angel, a light bearer, angel of light. So you have to be very careful what energy you say you're following, especially in these churches, because think about it. If the majority of them are undercover pedophiles and rapists and down low, then what energy are you feeling when you say you're feeling the Holy Ghost, which also doesn't exist in heaven? Go figure. No such thing. Another man-made concept of deception. Now, this is coming from somebody who was a preacher's daughter, who went to church 7 days a week, who worked in the church with 3 jobs and was in school. Needless to say, hell no, I had no life, because church, work, and school was my life. So for me to finally have discovered that damn near everything they have taught us is some bullshit is the very reason I was sent back here to talk about it and expose it. That's why so many people, y'all notice people be grouping together coming against me that I don't even fuck with. I have not been a member at Christ Apostolic Temple since I've left 20 years ago. I have a right to speak my truth about my experience and to actually advocate for victims, because there are people that are still being victimized. There are people that are still being held for ceremonial preparation and sacrificial victim for their satanic holiday. Everybody's tripping because Salt from Salt and Pepper has been talking about it. Y'all do understand that the dead in Christ have been rising in consciousness. We are awakening everywhere. We're in spiritual warfare daily. People are so caught up in this ego shit. It drives me nuts on social media. Money this, money that, cars, all this bullshit. Neither will they be able to buy, sell, or trade except they take the mark of the beast. Ain't none of this shit about to matter in the next 10 years. Really less than that. But for damn sure by 2030. Those that are the true chosen that know what's up, we getting the fuck off the grid. There's a reason I'm going to keep doing these lives before I get off the grid. And they will take them off of YouTube eventually. So that's another reason why y'all need to be over on Rumble. And I'm building my own website and server and shit too. That way none of my content can be taken down. Y'all need to understand what we are really moving into. Yes, the Epstein files are important. God is about to wipe this earth of the vermin that have been sacrificing. The abomination, the whore in Babylon, is you guys aligning yourselves with these deities, selling your souls to them. Willingly sacrificing your loved ones to them. Engaging in people being sacrificed. Engaging in the transportation of, the arrangements of, the phone calls made, videos sold. You sell people like their property, and we were not created for that. I finally figured out what my purpose on this planet is. It's to never succumb to the Luciferian energy of this planet. Yes, I want wealth, good health, all of that. I deserve that. I speak that over my life daily. But there is nothing on this earth that I want more than to leave it after I've completed my mission here. There's nothing this earth has to offer me for me to sell my soul to it. This earth is desolate of God. We bring God here. God is a frequency you tap into, that you carry, that you are. People get it fucked up. The Luciferian shit says you're your own God. There's no God above you. There's no God that exists. You're just God, and that's it. There's no higher being. There's no nothing. You are God. To a certain extent, that is true. It's true once you have truly experienced ascension and you've actually left this earth and you've been in heaven. When you see, feel, and you are surrounded with the frequency of God, it's hard to explain, but it's just something you become. It's something you embody. It's energy. It's frequency. The reason they teach you that God is a man is for the continuity of white supremacy. Quite honestly, to teach you that God is a white man. When God has no gender or humanity, God is energy, eternal love, energy, eternal euphoric love on a frequency that can't even be humanly explained. I'm going to try to show it to you guys in my movie that I'm writing and editing, and in my animated series. It's hard to explain unless you've experienced heaven, but it is just an eternal bliss that's never ending. So when it ends and you have to come back here, where it's so desolate, the firmament, the void, you go through time and space, and then you hit the void and you don't feel God anymore, and it just feels angry and desolate. And that is the frequency of the people that do these sacrifices. They have succumbed to that desolate, vacant energy, that low frequency of just giving the fuck up, so I'm gonna just be fucked up. I see how they weaponized Jaguar's trauma and turned her into the person she's become. When Sam said that they used her as a sacrifice, I fully see that full circle now. They take people who have been severely traumatized, especially women who have suffered a lot of sexual abuse, a lot of abuse, things that normally break the mind. They use it in MK Ultra to essentially break the mind, and then they mold the mind to become a weapon of destruction. Demons exploit your vulnerability, so that's what they do. They, like, even in the church, I saw how they did that to us. They picked all of us who have either been sexually abused, physically abused, neglected, just has some sort of wound, and they play on that. In the Apostolic Pentecostal cults, they play on that. They love bomb you. Well, we're your family, and you don't need your family. We're gonna love you. We're gonna be there for you, and they are. They're always there. But then the minute you start to question things, they treat you like, why the fuck are you questioning anything? Why the fuck aren't you? Why are you just believing what they told you to believe, man? That's how I was raised. Like, people need to understand the background. I came from that shit where you're not supposed to, don't question the pastor. That's the overseer of our souls. So whatever the pastor tells you to do, the pastor can stand you up in front of the whole congregation and embarrass you and call you out and do all types of fucked up shit. Be having grown ass men and women crying, getting embarrassed and shit because you standing them up in front of the whole congregation talking about so-and-so caught brother so-and-so watching a porn and masturbating. First of all, niggas are human. And I think it would be better for a grown-ass man who might be horny to just rub one out than for y'all to be snatching up kids and doing nasty shit. That's what irritates the fuck out of me, is the shit that matters y'all never want to talk about. But you want to teach homophobia and transphobia. God hates gay people. No, God don't. Because I see all of that is fucking human made shit, bro. Like, God does not give a fuck about what our human life is and what we do outside of killing people and serving other guys. Because we was not created to kill people. We was not created to serve other guys. In fact, we weren't created to serve any God. Even in heaven, you don't serve God. You just dwell eternally. You exist eternally. There's no, like how they lied and said, you know, angels bow down and worship. No, man, it's like, how can I explain it? Think of it like when you're at a food court. That's the best way I can try to humanly explain it. Think about it when you're at a food court, when you're at a mall, there's levels, there's different places you can go. And it's like a big social scene, but non-human. It's all celestial. It's all angelic. And you just exist. There's no night. There's no day. There's no time. You just exist eternally in bliss and love and God's love. That's why coming back here was very hard. Because the closer you fall, and you fall forever. The closer you fall back down to earth and shit, bro, it's like you feel the cutoff. Again, the wrath of God is removing its energy. It is not fire and brimstone. That's bullshit too. It's God removing its energy and you just don't feel shit. You just feel death. You feel desolate. You feel anger. You don't want to feel that. That's why demons try to inhabit us, because they low-key still want to feel God. They're angry that they're cut off. But when you decided to leave with the bearer of light that wanted to overthrow the angelic order in heaven, which is why they got, kicked out. When you decided to leave, you forfeited. See, even in heaven, there's levels. There are celestials. It's like a hierarchy. Okay, think of an elevator, but no walls. That I can't explain it. I have to just animate it because I can see it, but it's hard to explain. Think of like when you go, I don't know, to the tallest skyscraper, and there's so many, there's 50 levels in the elevator. Okay, think about that, endless. But again, there's no walls. It's just levels. And on each level, there's a different celestial being. Some of them are terrestrial, or what we may call extraterrestrial. All of them are celestial, but they all have different duties. They all have different responsibilities, and they show you different parts of your life on each level. Every single thing they've shown me has happened, including my two youngest nieces. I saw both of them before my sister was pregnant with them. I saw myself holding them. So it's crazy in the grand scheme of things when I look at the shit people argue and go back and forth about on Instagram. Motherfuckers be fighting about celebrities that don't even know who the fuck they are. Even with evidence right in front of their face. And when I look at these people, I think about my former self when I was a member of these fucking cults, believing all this bullshit, that they would teach. And when I finally started waking up, I would be sitting in that congregation like, man, I can't be here like anymore. I can't be a part of this shit. Like, I saw how fucked up it was. A lot of us did. That's why we all left. And we all left at different times. That's what's so crazy. And then we all ended up like running into each other at just some point in life. And when we would tell about our experience leaving, it was all similar. How they pursue you when you don't come back to church. Like, they'll start calling you. They'll start showing up at your job. They'll pull up at your house if they know where you stay. Oh, brother and sister so-and-so, we miss you. What's going on? What can we do to help? Whoopty whoopty whoop. And then like you come back to church, it's all cool. But if you stop coming to church, then they start doing that shit again. Then next thing you know, they start sending people to your job. Like they literally did this shit. They was seeing like people, relatives and friends they knew I was close to my job to come through just to not speak to me. Like, no bullshit. Like, even my homegirl that was like my best friend, she would come through and be like, hey girl, what's up? They would just like keep walking like they didn't see me and shit. Like, just send them to just be shady because you ain't been coming to church. And then next thing you know, the pastor calling you like, well, what's been going on? We ain't been seeing you, you know, whoop-de-woo. And they make you feel like, oh, we miss you. But then when you tell them like, yo, I just can't be a part of that no more, bro. Like, dead ass. And I know people don't want to believe this shit where I'm from. Jeremiah Reed was like, if you don't come back home, I'm through with you guys, through with you, fuck you, hung up in my face, bro. I had a whole mental breakdown at my job because I could not believe that shit. That's how conditioned they will have you. Like, that's your family, that's your church family. This is a community that you're born into. It's literally a community. And everybody knows you follow what the presiding bishop says, even if the presiding bishop has been accused of raping members. And I do believe that. Just because he didn't do it to me don't mean I don't. I 1000% believe everybody who had a story that said they were raped, because that nigga told me to be silent about me being raped and kept trying to counsel with me and my ex-fiance, and that shit just didn't work. Like, the fact that they even do that shit in churches is fucked up. So imagine how much worse it is for people in the industry, people in Hollywood, because they know ain't nobody gonna believe them. This channel is a safe place. Anybody who's been through that shit, whether you was a kid or an adult, this is a safe place, a safe platform for you to come to. And I hope when I do talk about my experiences that it helps those where I'm from, because I know y'all be watching. Even y'all that's the monitoring spirits that keep running shit back to the church people and running shit back, you know. I hope y'all wake up, because at the end of the day, look, there's one chick I used to be real close with. I don't even think she realized this when she said it. She's like, well, it never happened to me, so I don't know if I believe. And I'm thinking like, but you know it happened to me. So how the fuck you gonna invalidate other people's experience just because it didn't happen to you? And quiet as it's kept, it happens to your daughter. Like, that's what irritates me the most, are the people that were there that saw the same shit we saw, but because you cool with relatives of them, or you cool with the pastor who's there now, and quiet as it's kept, people back home been saying y'all allegedly been fucking for years. And I ain't gonna hold you, I do believe that, the way y'all constantly flirt, especially on Facebook, and you a whole married woman. It's like, even that shit, all of that's cool, but God forbid you come out the closet and tell the world you gay, or tell the world you bi, or tell the world you trans. Everybody will stop fucking with you. They won't answer your calls no more. They won't answer your texts. If they see you, they won't speak to you. They will literally excommunicate you and act like you don't exist. That's how they break people's mind, because they go through a mental breakdown, because that's the family, that's the community. And now I'm not a part of the family, so now I'm out here by myself and I'm feeling like shit, because what the fuck, all I did, you know what I'm saying? And then that's how they get people to go back. Every time people would leave, they would have us pray, you know, Lord, trouble the waters in their lives, bring them back home to the church. Like, and looking back, I'm like, bruh, that was some hella like dark ass shit. Y'all had us praying just to get people to come back to church, but then they would come back. They would come back, they would get rebaptized, they would rejoin. The more people come back, the more tithe and offering coming into the church, the more money's being donated, the more grants the church is getting for programs the church don't even have functioning. And it's a lot of y'all that know about that shit too. Y'all mad about it because I'm speaking on it. Be thankful I ain't showing the receipts just yet, because I got them. Yeah, I got them. Some of y'all relatives that can't stand y'all, that's afraid of y'all for whatever reason. They gave me some receipts on y'all. Some evidence. So you can't lie no more and say that you wasn't scamming Polk County for them 501(c) grants to the church for them programs that y'all know damn well we didn't have going. You kept saying we was going to start them. We going to start them. Okay, when? I was on the committees for scheduling when we starting this. When we starting the youth program initiative. When we starting, the jail visit. Like when we starting this shit because we didn't got funding. Oh, we going to start it. We going to do it. The next thing you know, just there ain't nobody talking about it no more. Talking about they lying in the church. Y'all keep forgetting I worked in the financial business office. I worked everywhere in that bitch. Terry room, choir, the musicians, the kitchen, for damn sure the kitchen, serving, cleaning, the altar workers, the choir, pastor's assistant. Wherever they needed my ass, I was there. So when I'm looking back on this shit, and keep in mind I was also very young. I was in my 20s when this was all happening. I'm looking back at this shit like, so everybody sitting around this table seeing what the fuck I'm seeing on this paper, but ain't nobody acknowledging that this is all completely illegal. And this is why they're doing investigations and sending detectives and shit to our church services, sending people to sit in the service and observe and see how many damn offerings, because at the conventions they literally took up 10 to 12 different offerings from 10 to 12 different fucking auxiliaries. Like, then I found out auxiliary was a concept that comes from the Church of Satan. Like, so much of this shit that they do, communion, they came from the Church of Satan. Water baptism and like washing of the feet, all of that shit that I've seen them do. And these churches that I grew up in all came from some like satanic Luciferian like ritual, and they're doing this shit. And y'all are thinking like that this is of God, like the Most High God. That's what blasphemy is. They are mocking God. And they're taking your real belief in God and mocking God just so they can milk you all your money. Knowing that the churches get grants once you do set it up correctly. And actually provide the programs that the funding you're being given the advance for is covering. If you do things the right way with a church, then you don't have to worry about scandals and being investigated. That was why when I was raped, my pastor was like, my former pastor was like, don't go to the police because they're already investigating us for all of that bullshit. It wasn't about let's go get justice. He literally threatened to have my ex-fiance killed. And it was in that moment that all the rumors I heard about that nigga was true. He was like, we could just have him picked up and you'll never see him again. Or, we could try to counsel with y'all, or like those were the options he gave. Counseling, or they just get rid of them. Not go to the police, file a police report. I at least wanted to do that. And he was like, no, don't do that. And then he had us to come over. He moved us to an apartment that was like, 5 blocks from his house. That way, anytime we need to come over, we can just come over and counsel with him. This is how brainwashed I was. That I was like, well, if that's what Bishop says, then I'm going to try it. Man, I didn't even know I was going through PTSD. I would just have like breakdowns out of nowhere because I kept having flashbacks. And in my mind, I was really struggling with accepting that this is the man I've known since I was 4 years old. I've literally grown up with him in the same neighborhood. Like, of all people, I never thought he would be the one to do something like this. But when a person has actual sex demons on them from their sexual abuse that they did not heal. This is why I have no sympathy for rapists. I have empathy for the fact that you were also sexually abused, but it is your responsibility to get help. Like all the rest of us did and still are. I'm still daily working on my healing every fucking day. But when you start having flashbacks of what happened to you, and anybody who's been raped, you know what I'm talking about. When the flashbacks start and the reality sets in that you can't suppress this anymore. You can't run from it anymore. You can't drink it away anymore. You can't pop a pill it anyway anymore. You can't smoke it away no more. You can't fuck it away anymore. You got to deal with that shit. This is why I am who I am today. But I hate to know that what happened to me happened to others in my own family. It actually makes me very angry. And once I have enough evidence, everybody involved is going to be held accountable. Because I know going without evidence ain't going to do shit. I've already tried that. This shit with Diddy, the shit with Jay-Z, Beyonce, allegedly, Oprah and these girls with these schools in Africa, Ellen, Marina, and allegedly Jaguar's involvement. I'm going to be honest with y'all. The video, I'm going to find the video and pull it up in a second. The video where Jaguar said that she can look at people as people or as parts. That was what tipped the scale for me with her. Because she meant that shit. Tasha K, Trasha K always want to be saying she's crazy, she's bipolar, she's schizophrenic. I don't think people realize that she has been MK'd Ultra heavily for a very long time. I've seen it. I've seen when it switches on and off. And that shit is, it's actually quite sad. Because all of us, everybody I know from back home, who, when we were adults and we shared our stories, it was similar. It was always somebody close to us, and it was always somebody who was a member of the church that did the molestation or the rape. My first god brother, how old? He is 9 years younger than me, because me and my sister used to babysit him when we were 13 and 14, and he was like 4 or 5. His dad is the person that raped the teenage 15-year-old girl in our church during service in the choir room, which ironically was directly below the sanctuary. I will never forget that, because we were never allowed to be around him anymore. My mom even stopped babysitting my god brother because she just didn't want to be associated with him at all, even though he was arrested. And then when he got out of jail, the pastor let him come back to the church. And there were so many people that were going back and forth upset about it, understandably so, because just because he's out of jail doesn't mean he's not still a predator, and just because it's a church and God forgives doesn't mean you let predators back in the church when the girl got fucking raped in the church. I never understood that. Why did they let him back? That was the moment me and Elissa, my first and only real best friend and soul sister, we was like, yo, whenever we go to the bathroom, we going in groups. Ain't no, like, because even as teenagers, we knew, okay, if they gonna let this motherfucker back in the church and the parents aren't paying attention when they're shouting and praising God, or they're all caught up in the service, and you ain't paying attention to your kids, and you for damn sure ain't paying attention to the fucking pedophile that's paying attention to your kid that you ain't paying attention to. That's how this shit happens. That's how it happened to me. Every time parents ain't looking, every time parents ain't around. So it angers me when people joke about this shit. It angers me when people try to desensitize it or make light of it, or like fucking Whoopi talking about, well, it wasn't rape. You know, and I know this is YouTube. I want to throat punch that bitch so bad for her saying that shit. And I'm not threatening her. I'm just saying that's how that shit makes me feel as a fucking Scorpio. I want to throat punch the fuck out of her for saying that. A grown-ass man having sex with a 13-year-old girl, giving her drugs and alcohol just so he can have sex with her, and y'all want to say, well, it was consensual, so it wasn't rape? That's just like Dwight marrying Jordan as soon as she turned 18 when he was 63, but he was dating her at 60 when she was 15. But it was okay because James Goodlett, her father, gave him verbal permission. And then, you know, right before that, Dwight donated $150K to James's failing music studio. So you pimped your daughter out for $150K? That's all you thought your daughter was worth, James? To an old ass nigga who's now damn near 70 years old. This is what I mean about the MK Ultra mind control shit. That is perfectly fine for this nigga to groom a teenage girl who he targeted allegedly while her parents were going through a divorce. And I was friends with her mom when I was a member there. Like I said, I remember when she was pregnant with Jordan. This is disgusting. They kept calling Gloria crazy because she was trying to expose shit. I remember that shit. And James put her in a mental institute because she kept telling the people how he was putting hands on her and how he was doing shit. Next thing you know, she's in a fucking mental. I'm like, Gloria ain't even crazy, bro. Like, she telling the truth. Covering up bruises and shit. Trying to put makeup over it, man. Come on. But all of that's okay in the church. James is sitting up in that church right now bragging about how his daughter married a presiding bishop. Celebrating their little boy that they didn't have. And talking about having another one. Now, and then promoting for all the teenage girls to get with old niggas because, you know, they can secure a bag with an elderly man in the church. That's what this nigga's teaching over the fucking pulpit. Grooming over the pulpit. This shit is gonna stop now. God literally was like, it stops now. Everything I know, I'm exposing. I don't care who it upsets. I don't care how it makes whoever look. The only way to stop it is to expose it. And I am really, really, truly, sincerely asking everyone from where I am from that is watching my channel right now when you're watching this live, please come forward. Please come forward. If you don't want to do it publicly, you can do it anonymously through me. Because there needs to be evidence so that action can be taken. What I've gone with, they've said, is just hearsay without evidence. Your guys' testimonies are evidence. Especially to those kids that I did try to get help in Hannibal, and the police in Hannibal said the same thing. Now that you're adults, please come forward. Hit me up on Instagram. That's the platform I'm on the most. Pretty much TikTok and Facebook is just posting. I don't really be on there like that. Because it's time. Once Dwight gets arrested, so can all the rest of them. Robin Andrews and her daughter need to be locked up. Kevin Ringer needs to be locked up. I have a whole list of names. But the main one is that pastor needs to be locked up expeditiously. Now, the shit with Kim and Demetrius Senegal, I don't know what the fuck, but from what I was told, y'all only came to me and Maurice because you financially benefited from the interview that we did with y'all. And again, that was way before I even was on YouTube like that, for real. I don't like that y'all handled that situation the way that y'all did, because y'all really don't understand this shit. Coming out, like, mentally breaking free of a society like that is such a cult, and then having the courage to publicly speak out about it, knowing the attacks that people are going to send and things they're going to try to do. We were already leery about coming and talking about that shit on YouTube, period, especially to somebody who we really didn't know. And I didn't know who the fuck Kim was. Maurice is the one that showed me her YouTube channel and all of that. But at the end of the day, what happened at Christ Apostolic Temple, from what I am being told by people there who are too, like, terrified to speak out, shit is still going down. And allegedly, Dwight, they said, was having threesomes with Jordan and other minor teenage girls, other friends of hers. And that allegedly he would be, like, supplying alcohol to them at home and basically bringing the club to their house. This is the danger of allowing your children to be raised in these types of environments. Because these are actual pedophiles preying on teenage girls and boys, and they're using marriage as the tool to do it, because they know in Iowa the statute of limitations, technically you can get emancipated and be considered an adult at 16. But you have to go through a lot of paperwork and your parents have to sign off on it. Otherwise, at 18, you are a legal adult. You can get married. The fact that he's promoting that is disgusting. And when this got on when this got on the Ricky Smiley morning show and DeBrat was talking about it, she was like, I'm just absolutely disgusted. And everybody's like, how come they don't stop them? Because, again, these are networks. You think Dwight's the only one doing that shit? Nah, it's a bunch. The vast majority of them niggas on that pulpit, friends of mine told me that them old ass niggas would be flirting with them and trying them. And it happened to me. We 13 and 14, and these grown ass, married ass, like 50 and 60-year-old niggas will be coming downstairs when they see us going to the bathroom and shit, trying to talk to us. And it's like, bruh, that's old dude's father. Like, that's our homeboy's dad. Like, nigga, the fuck is you doing? You got a whole wife and you old as hell. It be all types of disgusting people that go up in these churches because God forgives, so they feel like, okay, I can go plant myself here and hide and act like I'm a member. Meanwhile, why are any grown ass men paying attention to any teenager when they're coming and going from the congregation to the bathroom? That's gross. The only people I look out for like that are my nieces and nephews. Because I'm very protective. Like, I be like, go in groups. Like, dead ass. Just like me and listening to them used to do. Nah, don't go by yourself. Go in groups and have a phone. Just in case. And it's terrible that you have to think like that in a church. But this is the shit I've grown up around. This is why I take this shit so to heart. Because it's like, when I really think about my child environment and all of my friends in the church, I mean, male and female, including my ex-fiance, all of us were raped or molested by church members. This is why I went on that obsession investigating satanic ritual abuse, satanic sexual ritual abuse, because I knew it was more to it than just people being nasty. I said, if it's this many people involved in this shit, there has to be a common goal that they're all trying to meet, which is why they're all a part of this shit. And that common goal is making sacrifices allegedly for wealth and fame and power. And a lot of them do want eternal life on this earth. See, I think if more people would have had the type of experience that I have had, and no, I did not use DMT. I honestly have never had that experience. I've contemplated about it, but I've heard some negative things about it, and I don't like the people that go to real negative, low frequency places. I don't want to experience that shit. But no, like this legit just happened. I literally died in my apartment and went to heaven and was shown everything that completely blew open. My third eye was already open, but blew it open and let me see that there's a reason that they teach religion on this planet. There's a reason that they teach about sacrifice so much. There's a reason that they teach that God is a man. There's a reason that they teach that Jesus is white. There's a reason for all of the deception, because when they play out the end time second coming of Christ, and they actually showed me this in heaven, like it was like a movie. It was crazy. They said they're going to use the concept of the whitewashed Roman Catholic version of Christ, Yeshua, the Jesus version. They're going to use an invasion from certain lower frequency, former celestials, fallen angels, now considered powers. And they're going to basically fake like an invasion slash like almost like holographic image of the white coming of Christ to perpetrate the quote unquote rapture, which is also not real. They confirmed that in heaven. There's no such thing as rapture, like, because again, God is a frequency you embody and become, just like Christ is. When you tap into the frequency of Christ, you become the walking, living version of Christ. Just as Yeshua walked the earth, you walk the earth, and you become the body of the Christ. It's not about a man. It's about you becoming that. Literally, that's the whole purpose to human life, is to become that, despite the Luciferian energy here, despite the spiritual attacks, despite all of the ego shit, the flash, the money, the fame. Let me tell you something. When you are dying, when I felt that demon grab my heart and clutch that motherfucker and it went cold and I stopped breathing, don't nobody give a fuck about money in that moment at all. You don't give a fuck about your car, your house, your clothes, none of that shit. You think about the people you love instantly. I'm about to die. Damn, I hope they know I love them. And then everything went black, and then I traveled through time, and it was all the psychedelic lights and shit. Like, it was crazy. And I'm not gonna hold y'all, I was just smoking weed. I wasn't on shit else, I swear to God. But that was the first time I gave in to darkness. I literally gave my energy over to darkness because I was angry about my initial diagnosis of thyroid cancer. And then my grandfather was dying of leukemia at the same time. And I remember I said to God, if you're going to kill me, then just kill me. Just do it now. Like, fuck it. I don't care. I was like, I don't believe in you no more. And like, as soon as I thought that, I seen the demons. They jumped up. One of them grabbed my heart, squeezed it, stopped it, and I fucking died. And I thought for sure I was going to hell because of what I had just said. But no, they took me to heaven, and that shit was crazy. It was like, damn, everything they done taught me. Again, I grew up in church girl, you know, choir girl, fucking typical church chick. Like, everything they taught us was some bullshit. Yeah, man, everything. And I see why. It's so easy to control people when you get them in the mentality of sheep. Followers, follow the leader, follow the pastor, do what they say, comply, be complicit, don't question nothing, don't go against the grain. You don't want to be the outcast. That's what people say. I don't want to be the outcast like you. I thank God I'm the outcast. I thank God I left in the middle of the night from Iowa and went to Atlanta with my ex-boyfriend Adrian and got the fuck up out of there. Like, this nigga literally helped me escape because these motherfuckers was pulling up at my damn condo in downtown. He was like, bruh, I just looked outside, like, them church people is pulling up. Nigga, it's 3 a.m. What the fuck are y'all doing here? Well, we were tipped off that you were going to leave. The fuck you mean tipped off? This is a church. Goddamn. Like, he had to cuss them out for them to leave. And then I was like, well, we're not finna leave now because all they going to do is follow us. So, like, we just waited till the next morning. And then left. Like, it's really like that. Like, it's a real fucking cult. And once you leave, they try to get you to come back. And then once you say you're not coming back, they shit on you. They straight up devalue, discard your ass. Then they start threatening you, talking about we finna come get the car that Bishop gave you. Man, this nigga gave me a car and I was grateful for it. It was a 1991 Chevy Lumina, bruh. We talking about 2005, nigga. Like, yeah, and I drove that bitch. I drove that bitch from Iowa all the way to Atlanta. I still can't believe that shit. Me and Adrian, we like stopped and rested. Damn, just looking back on that shit, we was really traveling. I literally left in the middle of the fucking night and they was at my damn apartment. Like, questioning me. Where you going? When are you coming back? What's going on? Did you talk to Bishop? Did you get permission? Bro, you had to get permission to, like, go out of town and shit. I found that out the hard way the first time I went out of town to visit one of my homegirls who was affiliated with the church, right? I came back, it was like, so are y'all lesbians? I'm like, what the fuck? Well, you didn't ask Bishop if you can go and spend the week. I said, that's Pastor Lakeitha Ringer's daughter. Like, to my knowledge, she wasn't gay, and back then I definitely wasn't gay because I was homophobic because they taught that shit. So I'm like, we just hung out. Like, it's a church friend. Like, y'all tripping because her mama's affiliated with the pastor. Like for real, bro. Like, he stood me up in front of the whole congregation and they like went the fuck off of me because I didn't ask permission. I was like, I didn't know I had to ask permission. I thought I was grown. Well, he's the overseer of your soul and you don't. I was like, I asked my sister, I was like, bro, what type of church? Because, I mean, why we gotta ask permission to goddamn go out of town, man? Like, what type of shit? It was really like that though. So when Maurice came to me and was like, you know, this Kim person want to do this interview, we thinking like she really want to hear our story about surviving a cult. And all of us haven't been sexually abused. But then it turns into extra bullshit. Her and Senegal going back and forth. He's talking about money he's owed. She's talking about money she's owed. We didn't get paid shit. And it's our story. Like, y'all carrying our story around, monetizing on that shit, didn't give us nothing. And then, want people to come back to your channel. I was like, nah, man, I'm good. And again, that was before I didn't even knew anything about her and Jaguar, which honestly I didn't know until Jaguar told me, because I don't care. Like, people, you know how many people's channels I'm subscribed to that I don't watch? When I don't go to their channel and watch their content. Basically, if it don't pop up in my feed, if I don't see it, I don't really go. Well, outside of my homegirl that be doing the readings, I do go to her channel because she be on point with her shit. But outside of that, that's pretty much it. So it's like, when Jaguar called herself going off about that, and that's your friend, man, she ain't. she was cool for, a minute. She seemed like she was cool, but then that turned into people seeing what my real life circumstance and situation was, seeing that as something to gossip about. And so I remember telling Maurice, I was like, man, if that chick hit you up, like, I'm not with it. I'm not doing no more interviews unless she pays us. Because they don't really care about what happened to us. They just care about it being content. And Senegal cared about it because he had a nonprofit organization being an advocacy for survivors of gross clergy abuse. So we thought, he cared for real, because it's like, oh, okay, he already goes after pastors who be abusing members or sexually abusing members. But come to find out, his nonprofit organization, they benefited from additional funding based on the story that we told. Like, this is our life. This is not content. This is really what the fuck happened to us. And we're looking for justice. Y'all just looking for a come up. You looking for a damn AdSense deposit. Or in Bishop Senegal's case, you looking for your advocacy to start getting additional funding. You didn't actually really care about what we was going through. So when it comes to me, I'm real serious about this shit. I'm real serious about this shit because being a kid and you don't even understand what's happening to you when you're being molested. And then as you get older, you look back and realize what that person was really doing to you. And then you deal with those flashbacks and smells and certain things. I was so traumatized from that the reason I was afraid of gay people was because the female that used to molest me was twice my size. Because I actually, when I was always tall, but I was like really, really skinny when I was little. That's when my mom had us in modeling and stuff. So I was really little compared to her. And she was 5 years older than me. And she was just really, like, really tall, really built. And when she would overpower me, it would anger me because it's like, I hate that feeling that I couldn't, fight her off me because I was too small. But when I got my growth spurt, yeah, I'll never forget that shit. It was crazy. Because it was like all the 3 years of being molested, all that anger just came out. And I just caught her on the monkey bars one day when I turned 11. Because when I turned 11 is when I started getting really tall. That's when I shot up to like 5'7". And then I got to 5'9" when I was 16. But I caught her on the monkey bars from behind. And I'll never forget that shit. I just unleashed. I came up behind her, kicked her off the monkey bars, jumped on her, and I just beat her until she bled. And they had to pull me off of her. That's why I don't like fighting people and shit. I will, but I don't like to because I know that I'll sometimes go too far. That shit was traumatizing for me. And I had to talk about it with the counselor. And even as a kid, it's uncomfortable telling a counselor that someone has been molesting you because you don't know what molestation was. I did not know that what was happening to me. I just told him, hey, she would bully me a lot. She, would physically abuse me. She would pin me down. She would do things to me. There's like, what do you mean? She would do things to you, and I would tell them. They was like, oh, so she was molesting you. Oh, that's what that is? I didn't even know what the fuck it was. That's how uninformed I was. And this is another thing. Parents, please talk to your kids about this shit when they little. Because for me, it started as young as 8 years old. I had no idea what was happening to me. And it went on for 3 years. And people always say, well, how does it go on for so long? Because that person keeps bullying you and bullying you and bullying you to the point where they terrify you and you feel like you just have to do what they tell you that you have to do because you can't make them stop. But when I got old enough to beat her ass, and I'm not promoting violence, I'm telling you my life experience. When I got old enough to beat her ass, they had to pull her off of me. And that was when I was like, okay, I wanted to have the counseling because it gets to a place where once I'm to a certain level of anger, there really is not any calming me down. That's why I work so hard to maintain a frequency of a high vibrational state, remaining grounded and centered. Healing complex PTSD, when you are triggered, it's very difficult to calm yourself. There are things you have to do to work on daily to keep yourself grounded and centered. And then when I found out having Graves' disease, which is an autoimmune disease that causes my thyroid to produce too much thyroid stimulating hormone, I found out that causes what's called Graves' rage, where once you're at a certain point of you just have had enough and you get angry, it's extreme. And I've hated moments where that's what happened. But it was moments where people kept. I mean, like, I'll tell a person, don't put your hands on me, because if you do, I will defend myself. If you keep putting your hands on me, I'm going to defend myself. And now I'm within my legal right to defend myself. And now they got to pull me off of you. Like, I keep myself out of situations like that because I know what I'm capable of. It's never because of the other person. It's because I know what I'm capable of, and I don't want to lose my freedom over a dumbass. But when it came to that, fighting her off of me, that was when it stopped. That day I caught her on them fucking monkey bars was the day it stopped. And they ended up transferring her to a different school. And then after I told the counselor what happened, they did transfer from, my aunt and uncle's house. But it took 3 years for me to even fully understand what was happening to me. And then by the time I figured out, okay, that's what this is, well, now I'm taller, I'm bigger, now I can fight her off of me. And I did that. But that experience, it doesn't, like when people say get over it, you don't. You don't just get over it. It's something you choose to work on healing every day. There are people that become so consumed with that trauma that it overtakes them, and they do go into a life of drugs, a life of prostitution, just a life of degradation because they feel like they're worthless. And then those are the women that unfortunately sometimes do end up getting trafficked because they go into sex working. They feel like Adria, she said she felt like that was all she was worth. That's a horrible feeling to have as a female or a male. Simply because you were abused so much that abuse made you feel like that was all you deserved. So it's like, I'm all for people who are actively working on their healing. But if you're not working on your healing and then you become the predator, or you participate or observe or watch children being sexually abused, there is something wrong with you. Jaguar, I don't for the life of me understand how you could have sat on the blue couch and admitted that you shopped or watched videos being shopped that involved sexual abuse in children, and then you named off celebrities. Like, why? Why the fuck are you watching this shit, and how are you watching this shit? I don't think any, like, when I really thought about that interview that she had, like, nobody thought to ask that? Like, how could you actually watch that and it not bother you? That's the thing I don't think I'll be able to understand. Like I said, when I investigate and I look at things, I look at body language, I look at what people say, I analyze what they say, and try to make sense of it. And it doesn't make sense for you to be a civilian with access to the dark net, with full extensive understanding of the dark coin, and to be monitoring the dark net sounds like a job, or possibly an assignment, rather. How can you stomach watching people being chopped up? How can you stomach watching people being raped? How can you stomach watching people being put in shipping containers? That cremation of care, where they do that spiritual cleansing of the consciousness for people that are having a hard time, their first time participating in these rituals. I just wonder, is that something, you know, at one time that you did? Why are you so involved in all of this? Why are you so involved with Diddy and Jay-Z? Why do you vehemently hate Beyonce, even though you low-key said that you were a dark witch like her on 2 Weeks channel 2 years ago? And this is my psychology on it. A person who is allegedly a recruiter, a person who is allegedly a scout, would be a person that would befriend victims to try to allegedly traffic those victims, especially victims who are speaking out. Especially survivors who are exposing Jay-Z's Do As Thou Wilt clothing line. Because that is the part that you came in to my live on October 20th. It also would explain your uncomfortableness every time I brought up the satanic ritual calendar. Yeah. Every time I was on panel with you and Odell, and I would bring this up, you always found a reason to jump off. After going through what I went through at Christ Apostolic and Jeremiah Reed died, I found out from quite a few members who I was close with that they had all suffered sexual abuse either at the hands of Jeremiah Reed or other clergy at that church or associated with other churches. And so this calendar popped up in my search, and at first I thought it was a hoax, you know, because of the graphics and shit. But then I started researching. I started actually looking up each one of these dates and seeing if there was other information. And sure enough, if you look on, I believe it's the Church of Satan. Let's pull it up. I think they have a calendar. Basically, like, it confirms that this shit they be doing. But of course, there's no hard evidence of it. Just a lot of coincidences with people's deaths being associated. Number one, with the 1 year anniversary of Angie Stone. her alleged sacrifice, because I don't believe for a damn second that she died in that car wreck. I believe all that shit was fabricated and staged. And I believe, Stone Paxton, that your ass allegedly has something to do with it. I believe that's the real reason why you started clout chasing off of her name as soon as she died. I believe that's the reason why you brought your ass over to my chat. And I believe that either Danny Robertson or Jaguar told you about my channel, because I ain't never heard of your ass. We've been talking about that shit for a minute. Me and the ones that I talked to. They was like, D, you notice they sent Stone as soon as the shit didn't work with Jaguar. Then the very next month, they sent his ass immediately. Because you was in the chat on that live I did with Angie Stone. I did that live on the 2nd because they pronounced her on the 1st. I believe it was either that chat or the very next live. You was in there talking about Angie Stone said your name, you knew her, you had details about the accident. The more I play back the conversations we had, which I still have in my inbox on Instagram, I thought about playing that. I might share that with the channel, actually. I'm gonna go back and listen to all of them, but I might share that with the channel. Because I kept wondering, first of all, how the fuck are all these celebrities finding my channel? Because I don't, you know, my platform is still growing, but it's not like we're at 100K yet, but we will be. But it just, you know, all these people coming. You talking about Angie Stone said your name? Ain't nobody found no video where Angie Stone said your name, not that I seen. Then all the back and forth between you and Jaguar and paperwork, and then what was his name, the old pedophile, Quiet Storm, him and Corella DeVille, Auntie Mickey, all these people I ain't heard of. Well, no, I heard of Quiet Storm because he used to go by the name oh, he had a different name on Storm Monroe's channel. It was like because he wasn't saying he was a preacher, but he had a whole different name. And so when his daughter reached out to me, which his daughter reached out to me through Stone too. Like I said, Stone was orchestrating a lot of shit. But when his daughter reached out to me and she sent me receipts about her allegations of him raping her, it was heartbreaking. And apparently he got triggered about me talking about it because I said she sent receipts. It's crazy to me, again, all these people that have flocked to my channel ever since I started using this calendar more and more and making connections. It was like Operation Distraction, let's all, and it didn't work because I'm still investigating. And one thing about me, I'm not going to stop until I get all the information. Once I get all the information, that's when I'm going to stop. Yeah, because even these lives, y'all was telling me that Jag was taking screenshots from these lives and carrying that shit to other channels, claiming it was her discovery and it was, you know, her research. I'm like, bruh, is you serious? Hell no. Nah, you're not finna do that, bruh. Hold on. Because, yeah, I fully supported Stone until he started allowing them people to disrespect me on this channel. And then also just shit that people were telling me that honestly turned out to be true. Okay. I did the first live on Angie Stone. I 1000 just want to say for the record, I believe Angie Stone was abducted. And I believe that she either is still being held as a sacrificial victim, or she may have already been sacrificed allegedly. Now again, that's my opinion. That's what I really feel. Probably really did happen to her. Amazing. RayJ and Brandy, and RayJ covering his face up. That's about to be his reality real quick. Okay, here it is. That's what I was looking for. Was the date. Because I think it was March the 2nd. Ooh, load faster. Do I have another video? Oh, I do. I've got other videos open. Okay, close that. And close that. That's what it was. Seriously? Retrograde shit. Oh, I'm telling you. I was trying to get it to stop, to just stop, so I can get the date. Because I already knew it was going to load all of this. Okay, come on. Because... pause. I literally clicked pause 3 times. Okay, this was on, yeah, on the 2nd. So before anybody was doing any content, I was on it the very next day, and noticing the title, breaking news, Angie Stone dead at 63 and sacrifice on satanic Saint Ikedoc holiday. Also keeping in mind that age is 63. And I pulled up all of her gematria. And why the fuck Trump and Clive Davis and Netanyahu and Israel and Child Labyrinth and Child Sacrifice all came up in her gematria. There's a reason they was looking to get rid of Angie, and it was bigger than UMG. And the fact that Vasal Benford was currently working for UMG, and Stone kept saying that Angie hired him and Vasal to recover her royalties, which still made no sense because she called out UMG. So why would she hire you and your brother if he works for Clive and he works for UMG, and she walked away from Clive? Like I said, I think people thought they were going to come in and try to stop me from doing these investigations, and it didn't work. Because now I'm investigating all of y'all, including Stone. Not just Jaguar, him too. Because there's a reason that y'all were sent to my channel, and the timing. The timing always being around a vulnerable situation. The vulnerable situation, my living situation. My lesson that I learned to not ever pay anybody outside of Airbnb for a room, because they will shit on you. It was like back to back. Then all these other content creators whose channels I don't watch. I'm getting links every day. D, you should go look at this video. You should talk about this on your channel. D, go over and look at what Paperwork's talking about. Who's this Jaguar person talking about me on Paperwork? And you knew who the fuck she was the whole time. Again, like planted distractions. I mean, it's very obvious. He came in, y'all saw it, with the support, the love bombing, just like Jaguar did. We pulled up on his channel, just like we did with Jaguar and Maggie and Odell and Natanya and who else channel? Sean Atwood's. Wherever Jaguar went, we pulled up, we supported. Same shit with Stone. Then it was the same troll shit, the same exact trolls, the same exact bullshit. Like, bruh. And you not stopping the shit. Then you tried to check Cody, and all Cody was trying to do was warn you about old girl, because we already knew she was a troll from the shit she did on Jaguar's channel and mine. It's just like, bro, none of this shit got nothing to do with what I actually do on my channel. All planted distractions that temporarily, got me a little distracted. But ultimately, once I peep game and see the bullshit, I'm gonna cut it off. Anybody got time for that? And those of y'all that have time for that, okay. But do understand that's why I will never fuck with you or your platform. Because people who like actually have goals, who are goal oriented, are working on those goals. Artists are working on albums and songs and music. Filmmakers are working on animated series. I'm producing an animated series and a movie and my first album all at the same time by myself. And I'm doing every part of it, every part of the production. So no, I don't have a desire to sit on YouTube and banter and go back and forth with people, because I'm actually working on goals. Then I'm also marketing. Shout out, by the way, to the Freestyle King. Birthday was just on the 3rd. Happy birthday, King. Shout out to Little Flip H-Town. Shout out to Clover G Records, Above Entertainment. How Water, I'm about to start marketing that on the channel as well, especially because it's healthy. Again, people who are working on business are working on business, not clout chasing with low frequency motherfuckers on YouTube. Now, I believe that Stone's grief was real. I do believe that. I believe he really missed Angie. But how do we know that you weren't involved in her demise when you said out your own mouth that you got a call that the feds had shown up and confiscated her laptop, her phone, her purse, her belongings before the paramedics showed up? How, Sway? Are you an agent? Why was anybody contacting you to let you know about what the feds had did on the scene when you weren't even there? See, again, I'm very analytical. I look at what you say, but I also hear what you don't say. People be afraid of me because I can really hear your thoughts for real. I can really read your soul. I can really see into you. Folks be lying through their fucking teeth, but as long as it sounds believable and they think you're gonna believe it. Because that never added up, okay? He keeps saying Angie Stone said my name. I was following Angie Stone on YouTube for at least a good, about 8 years. Because I used to always watch her, her shows that would randomly pop up. And Angie would always be talking about some real shit. And everybody was calling her crazy and saying she was senile when she first talked about them trying to kill her with that staph infection and shit. And I'm thinking like, bruh, she is in real time exposing these motherfuckers, and people are still calling her crazy like they did Cat Williams, like they did Dave Chappelle, like they did Michael Jackson, like they did everybody everybody that was trying to expose this shit is either crazy or dead or both. Kim Porter, out of there. She was writing a tell-all. Whitney, writing a memoir, out of there. Angie Stone, writing a documentary and a memoir, out of there. Kathy White, finna allegedly expose Jay-Z as her baby daddy. Mistress, out of there. Bobby Christina, following her mama footsteps, out of there. Heavy D, finna expose shit about the damn stampede and shit, out of there. Yeah. Not a conspiracy when you start connecting the dots, and people in the industry who allegedly have participated in this shit start getting nervous when celebrities start coming to this channel, seeing shit like this and being like, oh damn, that's what that was? Yeah, it wasn't just a party. I was watching the new version of the Dark Crystal on Netflix, and something stood out to me. The Zerskis were celebrating the crystal extracting human essence, or not human, but the little troll's essence. And when they would extract the essence and they would die, it would create a liquid that looked like adrenochrome into this big vial, and the Zerskis would drink it and have eternal life. I was like, bruh, this is the new version of Dark Crystal. Like, what the fuck? It is just blatantly in your face now. They don't even try to hide the shit no more. Like, it's dope. The graphics are dope. You know, and I'm an 80s baby, so Dark Crystal is my shit. But that kind of freaked me out a little bit. I said, oh, hell no, not these motherfuckers putting this shit in the kids' movie. Like, it's normal to extract a person's life out of them and drain their essence into a liquid and then drink it for eternal life. That's precisely what they're doing with these rituals, including the sexual rituals, the molestation, the rape, sex trafficking. That's what all that's about. People need to really understand what this really is about. This is extreme satanic rituals. And the way people are getting so bent out of shape over this calendar is very telling. Because again, if I was just a crazy conspiracy theorist, as Stone Paxton tried to say once, you know, we weren't supporting each other anymore. If I was such a crazy conspiracy theorist, why the fuck did all of y'all get uncomfortable about this when it was brought up on screen? Things that are bullshit are not a threat. So there's no reason to be uncomfortable. But things that could be exposing some truth, oh shit. You know how many people have reached out to me like, how did you find that? It's on the internet. You want to see? Let me show you. Notice how it's on the Satanic Temple website. For everybody who said I was a crazy conspiracy theorist. Yeah. Oh, look at the Baphomet on the July 25th. Would you look at that? And that's when the Bohemian Grove starts. For those of y'all on Facebook that yep, there we go, abductions. It's always on the fucking calendar. Not a theory when there's evidence. Abduction, ceremonial preparation and holding of sacrificial victim for grand climax. July 25th is their St. James Day satanic holiday where they are gathering of herbs and preparing for grand climax. Demure, oral, anal, and vaginal human sacrifice. For those who don't know, that is rape. Oral, anal, vaginal, human sacrifice, sexual ritual, rape. Notice the victim, female, child, or adult. Raping children, little girls, little boys. This is okay in the church? This shit that y'all sweep under the fucking rug that they're doing to sacrifice specifically to this deity, Baphomet, and Molech, the god of child sacrifice, that the Bible says not to do. So, yeah, not a theory. Not a theory. One thing I do is heavy research. I don't believe shit until I research it myself. I've been that way a long time. I'm trying to find that one. I think I bookmarked it. There it is. I had to keep scrolling. So here's the actual calendar. The reason I show you the PDF version is because the writing's very small. But notice how the title says Exposing Satanism and Witchcraft. Galatians 4:16, am I therefore become your enemy because I tell you the truth? Apparently I am. I don't care. They told me in heaven that was going to happen. They said speak the truth anyway. Same thing. Yeshua, the true Christ, is exactly what he did. Notice how it says satanic holy days are usually when satanic ritual abuse takes place, including satanic sexual ritual abuse. And then it shows you the date, the satanic celebration, the type of ritual, the usage of the ritual, and the age. So what I did is I saved it as a PDF so that I could, scale it in and out to actually show you what's on the actual calendar. I'm actually about to drop the link in the chat because I know some people be wanting the link. Jalen, good to see you, fam. Like I said, anybody who could have participated in this type of shit where they're sacrificing babies and children and grown-ass men and women, is something really wrong with you. And nah, ain't no... As far as I'm concerned, ain't no you getting away from being held accountable of that. In addition to that, the fact that they decided to choose Saint Ikedak, a satanic holiday, as the day to pronounce that Angie Stone is dead is also extremely telling. Not to mention her funerals, or as Funky Dineva would say, her fumes. Because why the fuck? Look at this shit, bro. Look at this shit. March 1st, Saint Ikedak, blood ritual, drinking of human blood for strength and homage to the demons. Again, this is a representation of the whore in Babylon. This is the type of shit that represents. And the victim says any age, male or female. So they're drinking of human blood, any age, male or female, whoever the victim is, more than likely one of the ones that they held for sacrificial victim. That's probably a great example, unfortunately, of allegedly what they do to a victim. Notice Angie Stone's funerals were March 13th, 14th, and 15th. Why the fuck did they have to have 3 funerals for Angie Stone? Prince didn't have 3 funerals. I love Angie Stone, but Prince was a bigger, let's be honest, Prince was a bigger star. Michael Jackson, for damn sure, was the bigger star. Neither one of them had 3 fucking funerals. There was that, when y'all need to understand, let me show you the power of 3. The 3 in her age, the multiplication of 3. 3 times 3 equaling 9. 63. 6 plus 3 is 9. 9 represents completion and ending, death, transition. This is my opinion. I feel like this was a planned abduction. Like it was planned according to that satanic ritual calendar. People have said for years, people who believe this shit are crazy until the shit that we've been trying to tell y'all starts to actually manifest. See, here's the thing. They're not afraid to be proud about their Satanism. They're not afraid at all. Let me see. Because one of them had it where it showed, the number. But basically 3 represents an angel number. The manifestations that you're calling in being amplified. And it's basically your angels letting you know that you have the power to manifest your goals and your dreams. Inverted into Satanism, 3 also does represent completion and a new beginning. So what they believe is that if they sacrifice, especially an infant, which is an innocent, then that will give them a certain level of authority in the satanic hierarchy, specifically on that pyramid that I've been showing y'all, that Illuminati pyramid. Like, I've seen documentaries where so-called like dark witches admit that they love the fact that, you know, they were born with the gift to give life so that they could sacrifice their kids to Satan to prove their allegiance so that they could have high ranking when they die. People really live by this shit. And it was just interesting to watch and see it be so normal for them. Like, yeah, you know, I give birth so I can sacrifice my kid. Like, the fuck? That's not normal. But this is the type of shit that they do behind closed doors that they want hidden. They want people to believe it's a conspiracy so that it can allegedly continue. So when it comes to all of this, when people ask why I've researched all this, because of what I come from, and because of what happened to me, and because of what's still happening, and because a lot of what I'm hearing that's happening happened to all of us in the 90s, before any of this shit existed, before there was YouTube, before there was social media. When kids sat around and played in person at arcades or at the roller rink or at the mall, if your parents even let you go to the damn mall, or at the movies or at church, wherever kids socialized, kids was talking. And when you start hearing that a bunch of different kids who are friends of yours have either been abducted or came up missing, or this one also got molested, or this one got raped, but everybody's keeping it hush hush. Of course everybody's keeping it hush hush. They don't want the congregation to know that brother or sister so-and-so is a pedophile, so don't you say nothing. Stay out of grown folks' business. You be hearing parents talk about shit like, why we can't talk about this? This is the shit that needs to be talked about so that it can stop. And then I think about that psychology. Why is most of society so desensitized to not, it's uncomfortable, D. What you're talking about is too dark. Then how do we stop it? How do we stop it if we don't talk about it? How do we rescue children if we can't talk about it and find out how to see where we can find these fucking labyrinths? If these underground tunnels exist, they can be found. And with the right amount of people, I really believe we can stop this. I don't care how naive people say it. That premonition I had of over 400,000 kids being pulled out of the ground, and the feeling of relief as we were seeing this, I feel like, honestly, and I don't care how far-fetched it sounds, Forever Freedom is going to be what does that. That's going to be us out there searching and rescuing these kids, finding them, getting them healing, getting them help, not putting them in the system. Because CPS, from what the foster kids that were living with us told us, that was the worst for them. I can't speak on nobody else. For them and their experience, that was the worst they went through, was going through CPS, because of all the multiple foster homes they were constantly pushed around to, and they would get abused over and over and over. That's why they kept getting transferred to different homes, because they kept getting abused. Then they talked about traffic, and I'm like, I didn't even know what traffic was until like 3 of them told me about it. They said, yeah, like kids be coming up missing. They pick certain kids and you never hear from them again. And they come up missing, like their foster parents come up missing. They end up leaving, dipping town. The kids just never heard from. When Kanye's daughter said that she was getting invites to underground parties at 9 years old, why is any 9-year-old getting invited to a party underground? That just reeks of danger. But to a kid or a preteen who's trying to be grown, oh, that sounds like fun. And the next thing you know, you're like the young girls on that movie Taken. That shit on that movie was exactly how some of those older teenage ones described the type of shit that happened to them, and it just sounded horrifying. And everybody always would say, we don't feel like anyone's going to believe us. I didn't feel like anyone was going to believe me. That's why I didn't say shit until I was grown. I didn't even tell my blood cousins or my adopted cousin until I was grown. They were like, Dewey would have protected you. I didn't think anybody would believe me. So again, I know what it's like to be that kid. My nieces and nephews, I was talking about this with my mom. Because everybody has different opinions on how to raise kids. And out of all of my nieces and nephews, I've never had to whoop them. The most I've ever did is pop them. And that's when they was being like biting each other, fighting type stuff. I've always been extremely protective of them, as if they are my kids. I couldn't imagine, like, the first time I held each one of them when they were infants, I just wanted to love them and protect them. I cannot for the life of me imagine how a mother whose birth children can watch another child be raped. How can you watch that? How can you witness it? How can you brag about it happening to other kids or another woman? What part of you is so fucked up and disconnected that you think that that's funny or enjoyable? Because whether you were under the influence or not, that came out of you. Hearing that shit, and then you can see people as part shit. All this weird double life ass behavior, allegedly. One platform you're an advocate, the next platform you're acting like an assassin, allegedly. Talking about you've been in environments like the movie Hostel. Well, I mean, still to this day, I don't understand why the fuck you got mad at me when I turned down your so-called safe house. When I first was going through that shit with that dumbass host. You got very mad. I will never forget that conversation. You were like, well, I know one place you could go, it's a safe house and you wouldn't have to pay any rent and you'd be surrounded by mercenaries and men that are killers, so you'd be safe, but they'd take your phone and you can't talk to anybody, nobody can know where you're at, and you can't order anything for delivery, and they'll feed you, and you'll have a room. And I was just like, that sounds very much so like a prison and not a safe house, so no thanks. And mercenaries, no, because them niggas got PTSD and crazy. No. See, it's one thing to have PTSD and be actively seeking therapy and healing and self-help and working on it. It's another thing to not be working on it and then have access to weapons to where when a person's triggered, because I've dealt with other people that had unhealed PTSD, and when they get triggered, they do crazy shit because they're not thinking in their right mind in that moment. Like the way she got mad. Well, I just don't understand why. What the fuck? Don't nothing about that shit sound safe. Sounds like I'm gonna go there and come up missing. Like then the whole conversation about women ended up in shipping containers. Talking about how Jay-Z is gonna send people after me, and I'm gonna end up in a shipping container, and he can send Danny Robertson, and I could have 3 Mexicans at your door. Like just saying a whole bunch of shit. All this like fear mongering. trying to put me in a state of fear so I'd agree to go into this safe house that sounded like a fucking prison, and more like a house where women probably do get trafficked. And from what I heard, women were getting trafficked through Yellow Beezy's house. Again, there's reasons for my investigation. It has nothing to do with anger. It's okay. Putting all the pieces of the puzzle together now that I don't support this person believing that they're an advocate. The constant tales of Epstein Island and now the damn near silence about Epstein Island is also telling. Because as much as you like to get on the blue couch and talk about shit, the one thing I never understood is why the fuck you ain't over there bringing your witnesses that you claimed you had over to real life street stars. How come we haven't seen none of the women that you say you allegedly rescued? See, it would make you more believable if you had receipts. Shout out Jonathan Hay. Jonathan Hay came with receipts out the gate and it has consistently produced receipts. And he's getting ready to get all of his vindication. And I can't wait. You just are very good at telling stories. And as a kid, my mom's way of nicely calling a person a liar is saying that a person's telling you a story. So, you know, I'm just saying, it's a lot of people it's a lot of people that are making accusations that Jay-Z and Oprah and Epstein were allegedly running child farms in Africa. I gotta find that post on my Instagram. But there is a post of a lady in Africa who said she was a survivor from Epstein. She detailed the abuse she went through, and then how they threatened her and kept telling her they would come for her kids. And unfortunately, they did end up, according to her, getting to her daughter, and said that they were letting them both go to be an example, to go tell the people what will happen to them if they basically try to expose like what's happening or try to rescue other women. So that's why when she tells a story saying that she rescued women from Epstein Island, I just don't see how the fuck you could have ever done that, as highly secured as it sounds like Epstein Island was. Not to mention the women who are actual survivors who have come forward that don't know you, that have told their stories about when they tried to get away, how they all got recaptured by the security in the water. You think a man who was allegedly having orgies of pedophilia was gonna just have his shit on open water with no security, no sort of border patrol to make sure nobody's crossing the border onto his property? Now, it's people on this app, I ain't gonna lie, it is people on this app that's stupid as hell that will believe anything. You know, motherfuckers that just is on here because they're lonely as hell and they just believe anything. For the longest time, I believed Jaguar because, honestly, for the most part, the things that she was saying were coming to light. About Diddy, about Jay-Z, all of that. It's like, okay, she's speaking about a lot of the same shit I be talking about. She's exposing them, blase. But then when the stories come out, and she was like, I helped rescue women from Epstein Island. I was like, oh, word. And I was like, man, she's saying she helped rescue women from Epstein Island. Okay, she out here really trying to like do the damn thing and trying to, really help women get away from this shit. It's so many people that wanted to believe that. A lot of y'all, that's why y'all still on my channel. Because we all wanted to believe that. That finally somebody from within the industry that knows these people who have had these parties, who, have orchestrated this shit, now one of them are finally speaking out. So now maybe all the rest of us who this has happened to, maybe there's some hope that we might get some justice too, only to realize this is how I feel it actually happened. I believe, Jaguar, that you allegedly did participate with all of these people. I believe that you allegedly participated in these rituals. But what I also believe is that at some point you thought you were going to leave that and they said, hell fucking nah. I think at some point you did try to get away from it and they said, hell fucking nah. And the reason I know that is because when you came to this platform and you started receiving healing, you came here constantly to get healed. You came here constantly to get prayer. You came here constantly to hear the high frequency music, to get uplifted, to feel good, to get away from the low frequency energy that you had already come into agreement with and allegedly sold your soul to. So when it comes to your decision to not only shit on me but several others right after me, it let me know, yeah, them demons got you. That's all that is the demons having full possession of you. But the reason they have you is because of the things that you have participated in. You cannot come in agreement with Baphomet or any other low frequency deity and think that you're just going to run away. A blood oath is a blood oath. You have to see that through. There's no way to get out of that. The reason the shit you did hurt is because I knew that God sent you to my channel to get healing. I knew that. You knew that too. But you decided to be with the bullshit. The more I brought this calendar on panel, you decided more and more to go in line with the darkness. You would call me in the middle of the night. You would call me after my live. D, can you pray for me? These demons is beating me up. They're after me. They won't leave me alone. I can't sleep. You was nervous. I would pray with you. I would go into spiritual warfare for you. And it's just like what they did with Yeshua. Yeshua came to this earth, the walking, living, breathing version of the Most High God's frequency, nothing but love, was crucified, was shitted on, betrayed by the people he loved, the people he helped, the people he helped to heal, the very people he performed miracles of healing over, crucified him, betrayed him, called him Beelzebub, called him a witch. You know, it's the same shit. So when we know it's the same shit, and we know to expect, okay, it's going to be people in a low frequency that are going to say and do fucked up shit because they're in a fucked up place. For me, those who have had these negative things to say, like I've heard a lot of this shit. People are like, oh, D's still praying for Jaguar. She must want to be right back with her. I'm a high vibrational high priestess. That's what I'm supposed to do. You know how many people I prayed for that I've never spoken to ever again? That I cut completely out of my life? That's what I'm supposed to do spiritually. That does not mean I'm inviting toxic people back in my life. Even if they try to come back, the door is closed on that. Do I hope you choose healing? Yes, for the sake of your soul. Because again, this is somebody I once did go into spiritual warfare for. I do hope you choose God. But as it stands, you're in the low frequency. So when you're in that low frequency and you're in opposition of God, ain't no fucking way I want anything to do with you because we don't even share the same frequency. So don't confuse me praying for somebody, which I'm supposed to spiritually do, for, oh, you want to be back dealing with them. First of all, you're not in my mind, body, or spirit. I'm a lot more wise than you are, because if you had any wisdom, that would never cross your mind. If you knew me for real, that would never cross your mind. Ask anybody who I used to be friends with or used to date. When I'm ready to cut a motherfucker off, you will never hear from me again. Access is denied to protect me and my energy. Not because I'm holding a grudge, because I just don't ever want to give you access. So I'm addressing that because honestly, I'm tired of hearing about it. It's a whole lot of y'all that don't know shit about me, ain't never talked to me, that's making a whole lot of assumptions because you're an ass. So you make an ass out of yourself, assuming shit. My job is to pray for people, even those who make themselves my enemy. That does not mean I want to be aligned with them. I only want to be aligned with those on my frequency of healing and abundance. That's the only energy I'm exchanging, are those who are in the frequency of, you're already in the frequency of receiving abundance before it comes. God has had me walking literally by faith for the past 2 years since I lost my job. And in every situation, God has made a way. God has taken care of me. When people did betray me, when people did shit on me, turn their back on me, do all, y'all seen the shit on my, y'all seen it on my channel. And the first real life example of fuck around and find out was Murph, unfortunately. And he's not the last one. Just because you come together to try to come against a person, when that shit don't work, and my ancestors start showing up at your home, they start showing up and following you everywhere you go because you mocked them. You start getting immediate karma because of the bullshit you did. Now people want to come back. Forgiven, I forgave all of y'all a year ago. Can't none of y'all come back and try to be nice and think we gon' kumbaya. I'm a real motherfucker. If I don't fuck with you, I don't fuck with you. I could pray for you that you find your healing. That's about it. And that's not going to stop my investigation. Like I said, I want to know. I'm pretty sure I already know. In fact, I do know, I already know. But I want it to be proven, the people that sent both these people to my channel. Who does Jaguar Wright and Stone Paxton have in common? Jay-Z and Clive Davis and Diddy. Now, Stone told me that Clive don't know Jaguar when we talked on Instagram, because all of our phone calls was on Instagram, even though he did give me his phone number and tried to get me to call him, and so did Meech. And Wisdom told me not to call either one of them niggas. Not on the regular phone. He told me that Clive don't know Jaguar or Paperwork. He said both of them was clout chasing, trying to, you know, get people to think that they were celebrities that they're not. He was like, Jaguar's not a celebrity, Paperwork's not a celebrity. They just clout chasing. He was like, Clive was never even on Paperwork's Instagram. That was a fake account that Paperwork made to make it look like Clive was trolling him. Shit like that is desperate and, quite honestly, in my opinion, pathetic. Like, just be who you are. I'm just me. I'm myself. That's why I don't glam up anymore. I glam up if I feel like it, but with what I've been going through health-wise and needing the surgery, yeah, ain't really been feeling like it. Plus, I promote natural beauty. I don't believe you need to constantly be caked up with a bunch of makeup. If you can't look beautiful without all of that, then honestly, you're not beautiful and you're using makeup to make you look beautiful. So it's like, I just be myself. These other motherfuckers be trying to clout chase, trying to act like they this, they that. God be aligning me with people just because of who I am. Like, just because of who I am, what my energy is. I'm authentically me. Before I feel like I gotta pretend, I'll be by myself. Like, dead ass. The reason, and the reason why I say that is it's not a narcissistic thing. It's like, I know in my solitude there is peace, because there is nobody fucking with my energy. There's nobody. And being an empath, clairvoyant, psychic, you see, feel, and hear everything about a person. So the moment I'm around people, I'm feeling all of their feelings. I'm hearing their thoughts. I'm feeling their energy. If they're depressed, I can physically feel that. If they're heavy, I can feel that. That's why I be liking my solitude, man. Like, because I can just be away from people and feeling all of that shit and hearing their thoughts and shit. Like, it's crazy. You know, it's people that was making comments when I first was showing support to Stone. Shit, I was showing support to Stone because he came in with that, you know, dope ass energy. He came in with that. Then he was talking about the shit with Angie. I was already investigating it. I'm like, well, shit, this is somebody that, you know, says he knew her. He probably know more than the rest of these people out here making up shit. Let's see what he's about. You know, he seemed cool. He didn't come in disrespectful. But the minute I started questioning him, and then he gaslit me and said I was being disrespectful. Why? Because I'm questioning you. Because I'm questioning your motive. Because I'm questioning why you came to my channel. Because I'm questioning why the fuck Official King Payne made it a point to say that he talked to you the night before he did the fuck shit on his channel that's getting him sued as we speak. Like, I'm questioning why the fuck you ain't never mentioned that you was cool with Danny Robertson and all these people that have been the ops ever since I've been on the scene with Jaguar. I'm questioning why the fuck you didn't check your trolls that were openly disrespectful repetitively on your channel when we pulled up to your channel to support you. I'm questioning why the fuck you disrespected Cody when he was just trying to warn you. I'm questioning why the fuck you acting like a op. Because I read people's souls even remotely. Your intentions are loud the more you try to hide them. And the more shit you thought you was hiding, the more shit you kept exposing about yourself. You calling yourself a Buddhist, but you sitting on live bashing women with Meech acting like a down low ass nigga. That's what down low ass niggas do. They sit up and talk shit about women, then try to compete with them. And you clout chase off of me, the whole situation with me and Jag, to build your platform. But yet you say Vasal Benford is your brother, and I ain't never seen him publicly claim you. Not on his own platform. And I've never heard of Vasal. I'll be honest, I've never heard of him. Not until you. So I looked at all of this. Why the fuck did all of these different has-been ass people, D-list celebrities, no-list celebrities, non-celebrities, why did these motherfuckers bring their ass to my channel doing the same shit? You know, the same narcissistic shit. The hey D, support you, you know, love you fam, all of this shit. And then when you start questioning the motherfucker. Or in my case, all I did was started pulling back from Jaguar. I didn't question her because I was reading her spiritually the whole time. Everybody that was talking shit, how come her ancestors? Bitch, you don't know what my ancestors told me. You think I'm going to tell y'all everything they tell me? One person that could tell you was Cody. I told him what I seen in January about her. I said I had a premonition of her about to do some fuck shit, and then she did it. I was like, man, I don't even want to believe she would do that shit. I told him in January that I had 3 premonitions of her doing some fucked up shit, Odell doing some fucked up shit, and Maggie. Do you remember when I told you that shit, Cody? Them 3 premonitions. The first one was Jaguar, the second one was Odell and Grace, and then it was Maggie on the third one. Wasn't all of them motherfuckers on that goddamn live on February 9th of 2025? Thank you, RC117, since you kept trying to lie on me. See, Murph was the main one trying to call me a fake psychic because he knew my gifts were real. Nafisa proved that shit. Now, I don't know who the fuck Nafisa is for real. I think Nafisa is a troll. Because she been MIA for a hot minute. And the last time she was in the chat, she was trying to get me to go over to Ralph, the Mushmouth channel, because Jaguar was over there trying to do some town hall shit, trying to kumbaya. Nah, ain't no kumbaya after the shit you did. I forgive you. I hope you heal. But we not, nah. Ain't no coming back together after that. I told Cody in January what I saw that was finna happen. I felt it. I felt it in the premonition. I felt the betrayal, the pain of the betrayal. I felt the darkness that had took over her. And I knew it because she started going live when I would go live. She started doing petty, like, passive aggressive shit. I'd be on panel with her and Odell. Like that time me and him, we was talking about the geometry shit. And we was talking about the Whitney Houston shit and the Kim Porter shit. And then she jumped over there talking about Danny Robertson's over on her channel saying that me, you, and Odell had a threesome. I'm thinking, like, what the fuck? Like, why are you interrupting? And guess what was on what was on the screen? What's on the screen right now? The calendar. That was up, and the geometry calculator. Came in with that distraction. What do you mean? Why is Danny Robertson talking about us having a threesome when I ain't even met y'all in person yet? We've never had a I mean, like, you know, you said some shit that was low-key flirting, but it was never like, oh, I'm finna... No, it was never that. It was legit, I'm looking at you on some family sister shit and him like a bro type shit. Never was that, because y'all are not even my type. Like, I date couples, but y'all not the type of couple I would date. That shit was weird. I was like, so now Danny Robertson's over there. Exactly. She was way too excited to share that with me, knowing damn well I didn't give a fuck. And then that too, like, offline, when we would talk, it was always about drama. It was always about Danny Robertson or Sean Davy Way or AT2 or Donut or Ralph. Like, it was always. And I would find a reason to get off the phone, because after a while, because I'm not in that frequency, that shit is annoying. Who cares? Why are you obsessively watching people that you know don't fuck with you just so you can play victim when you the biggest bully on YouTube? And allegedly in real life, even according to your son. That's the same shit Claudia was doing. Y'all always be on some mean girl shit and then want to play victim when you can't control people. Because that's all that shit was that you did on February 9th, 2025. You thought you was finna control me. Babe, I'm a Scorpio. Like, the fuck? If you have control over a Scorpio, it's because we gave it to you. Trust and believe that. Trust and believe that. Straight up. You not ever finna control me. And you was controlling them. You was controlling Ayasha. You was controlling Jay Mizak. You was controlling them. I was like, shit. When she first started popping off at the mouth, questioning me and shit, I'm like, bruh, how the fuck you gonna question my loyalty when defending you has brought so much negative energy to my channel, to my life, supporting you and shit, defending you and shit. And then you listening to trolls and Jaguar, because I know your ass be watching. Everything I told you at the end of January about Paperwork Party TV happened. Everything I told you that was going to happen with Sean Atwood happened. Everything I told you that was going to happen with Maggie happened. Everything I told you that was going to happen with Odell happened. I tried to warn you based on the premonitions that I saw. You got mad at me on that phone call. That's the first time we ever like got into it, because I'm like, bruh, I'm trying to warn you. So basically, everybody I'm close to, you're calling the troll. I said, no, that's what you're saying. I said, I'm telling you, I had a premonition about Sean Atwood throwing you under the bus. Did Sean Atwood not throw her ass under the bus when he got named in that fucking lawsuit from Diddy? I said, Maggie's going to turn on you and she's going to be on other platforms talking shit. Not my Maggie. No, that's my ace. I tried to warn her about Maggie. Did Maggie not go on a whole marathon dragging her for filth even after she participated in the ambush against me on February 15th? Then her and Odell got into it, and y'all said she did a 12-hour live bashing him and doing the same shit to him that she did to Goomba. Then her and Paperwork got into it. Everything I tried to warn your ass about when we were still aligned that you got mad at me about, it fucking happened. All of it happened. But you decided to get behind Murph and RC 117 and Nick Mountain Goat Productions and Plotter and Dragon X and Steph and Grace. You decided to get behind and orchestrate that whole bullshit that y'all did on February 9th. Now Murph is dead. I warned y'all. I said, some of y'all going to jail and some of y'all funerals I didn't see. It's 4 more funerals. And they're going to probably happen this year. You cannot group together like a coven from a low frequency and try to overpower one of God's chosen. You will lose every time. And some of y'all will lose your life spiritually. Not me. I'm not finna do shit to you. But you're in the hands of my ancestors, and they are ruthless, and they don't give a fuck, and you can't arrest an ancestor. Not gonna lie, I was shocked when I found out Murph died. Not shocked that he died, but shocked that it hurt. Because before y'all did that bullshit, we were all aligned like a big online family. So at some point, I did care about every one of y'all. But he was the main one slandering and defaming me on as many platforms as he could. He brought his ass over here disrespecting me multiple times. And I kept letting the shit slide and let it slide. Because that's fam. He's going through some shit with his health. Okay. Maybe that's why he's tripping. No, you came over here with that bullshit ass energy that Shane did going over to Maggie's with that I'm white so I can talk down to you on your channel and act crazy. But I'm going to go over here and celebrate Jaguar so that it doesn't make me look like I'm racist. Trying to check me about my content on my channel that I gave you a wrench to mod my chat. Like, I didn't even realize that the modding was going to create so much drama. From Joy to Sister Shonda, all of them. Notice how they dropped off after I took their wrench. That was a test too. To see who was loyal to the channel or who just was there for clout. And they both came from Jaguar's channel too. Notice everybody who was a troll was either from Jaguar's channel or from Atwood's channel. Again, I never even knew who the fuck Sean Atwood was until Jaguar. I've never heard of him. Honestly, none of these content creators have I ever heard of. Never heard of Maggie. Never heard of Natanya Rubin until, you know, the Diddy case. Like, these people were not in my algorithm because I follow psychics and spiritualists and tarot readers. Like, I'm a spiritualist. For damn sure had never heard of Danny Robertson. Ever. Still don't know if that's a male or female because that person's never cammed up or went live. But I'm saying all that, like, all these people started coming into my life, coming to my channel. The more I'm exposing satanic ritual abuse and sexual abuse and exposing it, here came all the distractions. So could it be safe to say that all of these people are connected for the sole purpose to cause chaos and distractions and to go back and forth to keep people from paying attention to what's important, which is the fact that there are still children being abducted. There are still people coming up missing. There are still people being sexually abused. And what can we do to stop it? That's what everyone should have been focused on, not the bullshit. The bullshit arguing, the bullshit back and forth that didn't accomplish anything but keeping up a low frequency of chaos and drama. See, people who are attracted to those types of platforms, you don't belong here. You really don't, because you're not going to get that over here. The most you'll get is me doing a good old roast or me checking somebody when they out of fucking line. But that sitting on YouTube and arguing and going back and forth, people, I'm not finna do that shit. I'm a grown ass woman. I don't like that. And that's when I noticed a lot of people's quote unquote support shifted when I stopped participating in that shit. I was never on YouTube to participate in that shit. So again, the motives of Jaguar and Stone seem to be one and the same, which makes me feel like all of y'all are connected. And your so-called beefs are bullshit and more than likely orchestrated. And y'all probably all split the AdSense deposits that came from those views, which is pretty pathetic. That again, a whole group of y'all had to get together multiple times to try to take me down and take down my platform and did not succeed. Because again, I don't fuck with y'all. I don't go to y'all's channels. I don't watch your content. I don't troll your chat. I don't give a fuck. To be honest, I only find out about shit y'all say on y'all channels because people be coming and telling me. I have never sent none of my DzPeepz, none of y'all's channels because we don't fucking care. Like, I don't care over here. I'm too busy doing my own shit outside of YouTube. Y'all care about that shit. I don't. I want to get people found who are suffering from these rituals. And I want everybody who has participated in the ritual to be held accountable. Completely held accountable. Now, with that being said, this is the video that I was going off about on my live the other day. I also want to mention Rayfoot was out kicking it the very next day. I'm going to pull that video up and show y'all. Now you understand why I was so passionately pissed off about her doing this bullshit. Because we know your son ain't shit. We know he is fucking faking. No matter how much you want to get your ass on here and look like you high out your mind off of some type of pill, allegedly. Ain't nobody believing this shit with that Madea ass wig. Now, I don't know who the fuck told her to put that ugly ass that looked like one of the Madea wigs from the very first plays. When he first did his first play. Ma'am, you got too much money to be wearing that ugly ass wig. That's why I popped out with my natural afro. Tonight. Natural hair. Do care. Okay. That Mabel ass wig. Thank you. Looking like Madea. For real. Andrew, good to see you. For real, for real. So let me switch my banner. And then for those that would like to support the channel, do feel free to drop a blessing in my Cash App. All video content we are reviewing is subject for fair use under the copyright disclaimer. And again, all my commentary is alleged outside of my real life experience. Let me let y'all listen. I ain't gonna play the whole thing because it irritates me. Like, even her saying this, like what the person put in the comment, Mama Norwood never speaks out. It's real. This is how easy it is to use social media to condition people. You put one celebrity on a post, oh, they never speak out. This must be real. Do you know how many times this woman has been caught in lies on Love and Hip Hop alone? Y'all know there's a reason Rayfoot is the way he is. He was out kicking it literally the day after this post. But let me let y'all listen to this one first.
Because it takes multiple prayers and thoughts.
Hold on. Oh, damn it. Okay, I did not mean to refresh the page. Give me a second.
It's really gotten out of hand when someone thinks that my son is faking his...
He's always faking. Literally. RayJ is always faking some shit. It's like, ma'am, how you mad at us for calling him out on being the boy who cries wolf? When that's all what he fucking does. All the time. cries wolf. He fakes shit to get attention, to garner attention, because he clearly has issues that he needs a shit ton of healing, and probably also a fuck ton of therapy, and possibly AA and other types of whatever they call it, where you have to go into recovery, the rehab. I feel like RayJ needs rehab, therapy, and definitely a one-on-one life coach, and possibly he might actually need medication. He's just out of control. And this thing of her, like, why in all the years, Mabel Norwood, that's going to be your nickname on my channel, is Mabel Norwood. Miss Mabel Norwood, in all of your years, with your influence in the music industry, you ain't never ever went on social media and made a video and was like, oh my God, my son's not faking, it's not a hoax. And then the next day, he literally doing this shit here, kicking it at the club, making you look stupid as hell, like I said you was. Oh, it sucks that this is how he's going to be remembered when he actually does die. He's going to be remembered for just being completely full of shit his whole music career. And his children really need the most prayers. In all seriousness, please seriously pray for RayJ and Princess's kids. And I found out the son's name is Epic. I could not remember his name. I called him RayJ Jr. But yeah, Melody and Epic need a ton of prayer. No bullshit, no joke. Like, they really do. Because if this is a grandma, Lord God, for real, them kids are, they need a whole lot of prayer.
Health, or it's a hoax, or he's just playing around. He's not really serious about it. For all of you who have been genuinely concerned about him and genuinely prayed for him, I want to say I thank you very much for that, because it takes multiple prayers and thoughts for things to change. And I'll start off by saying that never in my lifetime would I had thought that there would be someone as close to us who would experience some type of... I just felt today, which I probably should have done.
Where's the thing to skip? Why doesn't it have the arrow to skip through to the next?
Long time ago, but...
Oh, that's some bullshit. Hold up. Let me, I'm gonna have to refresh this page because I don't know why the arrow to go to the next video is not there. And now Instagram is freezing up because of the retrograde. Hold on. And is it me in my funky Dineva voice, or do she look like she's on bars, man? I'm serious. The way she's talking and looking, not unless she got a hold of some good loud. Now, some good loud could have you like that. But that's giving bars to me. That's giving bars. Hold on, because I got to scroll back through all of my save posts to refine that one. Damn, okay. I'm gonna open this in a new tab so I don't have to do that again. Why doesn't it have... Oh. I hate retrogrades. I literally keep clicking on the little dots to go to the next video, and all it's doing is pausing the damn video. What the fuck? Oh, this is annoying. And the arrow is not there. Okay. There we go. I was like, where is the freaking swipe deal?
And on January the 6th, 2026, I received a phone call from Ray's friend Truth in Vegas, and the text basically said Ray is in the hospital. So I spoke to him about it, Truth, and he said that they believe that it could be pneumonia. And pneumonia, I said he just had pneumonia in November. So I calmed down a little bit, and then I spoke to Ray. And Ray says, Mom, it's probably nothing. It's just probably remnants from the old pneumonia, because maybe I didn't take all of my medicine and it's back. Okay, so my husband and I flew to Vegas, heart condition. And on January the 6th, 2026, I received only to find my son in emergency with severe chest pains. And could barely move. Tucked in a hoodie, wrapped up because he was cold. And of course, it was too early in the morning, I guess, because no doctors had been around, but I have to say the nurses were great. So the next day, they did an angiogram. And the angiogram indicated that he had a serious heart disease, was when blood was pumping 15 to 20%, blood flow was 15 to 20% to his heart. Only to find my son in emergency. Now anybody that knows that, they understand that that is a very serious condition. It was so scary and serious that every other word that was explained to us was, this is life-threatening. It's like it rings in my ear.
I'm going to pause this for a second because, again, let me show y'all. Let me show you real quick. Okay. So, hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. Heart condition where the heart muscle thickens, making it harder for the heart to pump blood. It can lead to symptoms like chest pain, shortness of breath, and in some cases, serious complications such as cardiac death. That's actually what happened to my dad. That was his cause of death, was hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. And my stepmom said, because he died in the bed next to her, she said that right before he completely lost consciousness, that his nose started bleeding, and she said his arm started rising up, and then he clutched his chest, and he said he couldn't breathe, and so she called the ambulance, but unfortunately he died before they got there. So she's right when she says it can be life-threatening, because that's what killed my dad, was this condition. My issue with this bullshit is this. RayJ performs with blood pouring from his eyes and a patch on chest after revealing his heart turned black. What the fuck does that mean? Yeah, RayJ gave a shockingly eerie performance for fans and his amid his medical struggles. The singer took to the stage with blood streaming from his eyes and a patch on his chest on Saturday. So, just for the sake of this, let's look this up. So what I typed was hypertrophic cardiomyopathy and blood running from eyes. Okay. Symptoms. Chest pain, especially during exercise. So pause. Again, ain't no fucking way you're able to perform and run across the stage dealing with cardiomyopathy. Fainting, especially during or just after exercise or other physical activity. Again, I've been saying in the comments to the dumbasses that want to defend him, if he really was dealing with something that serious while performing, he literally would have passed out, just like how it made my dad lose consciousness and then unfortunately die. Sensation of fast, fluttering, or pounding heartbeats called palpitations. Now, that's something that I deal with from Graves' disease, the autoimmune disease that I was born with, same condition Wendy Williams has. And that is very scary when you're dealing with heart palpitations. Shortness of breath, especially during exercise. Not one of the symptoms say blood running out of eyes, because this has to do with your heart, breathing, and your lungs and your chest. And it blocks the flow of the blood to your heart. Now, heart failure, fainting, sudden cardiac death. I'm not going to lie to you, and I am not trying to speak this over RayJ, but when I saw his funeral, that is what I saw him die of, was cardiac arrest. That's why him playing about this shit really isn't funny, because he really doesn't understand how much he's actually attracting that to his life. Yeah, the singer took to the stage with blood streaming from his eyes and a patch on his chest on February 14th in Shreveport. In a video from the concert, RayJ passed out roses to the crowd in honor of Valentine's Day. Although he was wearing black sunglasses, blood could be seen pouring out of his eyes. This is also how you know the blood pouring from the eyes is a hoax. Why do you have on sunglasses? Especially now they got these fucking different types of smart glasses and shit that, you know, do all types of shit. Why do you have on sunglasses if your eyes are bleeding and it's nighttime and you're indoors? And you think we really believe that shit? Ain't nobody believing that shit. So apparently this is the video. I'm gonna mute it just because of the, I don't know if that music's copyright. Yeah, you've got blood, and it definitely is given fake blood because it's not even running. It's just plastered on his face. Blood runs, and his other eye is just blank. If you have cardiomyopathy, you're not physically able to do all of this. Literally, he'd be passed out. That's fake fucking blood. This is why I got so angry on that live after seeing this bullshit. Because it's like, ma'am, do you pay attention to your son? Like, for real, do you pay attention to the fuck shit he does that makes him look like a damn idiot? That makes him look like this is the reason why we don't fucking believe your ass, because we know that he's full of shit. You're smiling and posing and taking pictures with plaster. It's not blood. Blood runs. You plastered what appears to be fake blood, and then you're wearing black sunglasses inside, which means you're obviously under the influence, because that's the only reason why niggas do that shit. And even right here, can I make this bigger? Oh, I can't zoom in. How come we don't see no blood right here at all? Now, y'all know I'm an editor and I analyze everything. Where's the blood after he takes off the sunglasses? Like, this type of just fuckery. This is fuckery. Previously hospitalized with pneumonia. Pneumonia doesn't even... And then she on here acting like she can damn hardly breathe. Talking all extra slow, looking like Mabel Simmons. Then all of a sudden, after his mom does that post, here RayJ again. RayJ shares miracle health update after almost dying from heart issues because he was caught out kicking it. Matter of fact, I don't even want to finish showing the shit she's saying because I want to find the post where he's kicking it the very next day. I was like, you know what? The sheer fuckery and the sheer fact that I was on point once again with what I was saying. Everybody know this nigga's up here trying to fake his death. He's trying to do everything he can because not only is he named in the Epstein files, he was allegedly subpoenaed after saying publicly that people were reaching out to him that had been at the freak-offs that were nervous about getting exposed. And he was like, I'm going to go to Antigua if they try to get me to testify. Like, people didn't realize, here's the fucking video of him kicking it. People didn't realize that just happened like not even 2 weeks ago. Yeah, here's the video of him kicking it. But you have, you know, a heart issue. This was literally the day after. Also in the shade room. So, yeah. Again, all this shit was for attention. It was bullshit. This is my opinion. I feel like, and this is what's even sadder about it. She literally was worried about her son, obviously. But it makes me wonder, how detached of a mother are you that you don't know that this is how your son really is? Not saying he didn't suffer from a serious heart condition, not saying, you know, that he wasn't experiencing chest pains. He could have very well been experiencing all of that. But literally the next day, this was on the shade room. And then the very next day, this was on the shade room. I just, you know, it's annoying when it comes to RayJ. It is. It's annoying because I knew he was faking. I knew all that shit was bullshit. Yeah, RayJ is on the mend after almost dying. Again, the over-exaggeration. Following a recent hospitalization, says he was all right amid his recent health issues in a video obtained by news. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with this nigga other than acts like he has a mental illness. He says he feels better today. He had a session with a doctor who did miracles. Okay, still extremely vague. Just like when all of a sudden Jamie Foxx had that health incident that they never detailed what the fuck it was. Just like when TD Fakes had a heart incident and it was always overly ambiguous. They never said what it was. There was no details. And all RayJ is saying is that notice they didn't say he had a doctor's appointment. He had a session with a doctor who did miracles. Maybe that session, hopefully, was some sort of mental health session. Because when it comes to the heart, you see a cardiologist and you have a doctor's appointment, not a session. RayJ said he had months to live. RayJ needs mental health help really bad. Like really, really bad. He says, my health is not okay, so I thank everybody for supporting and praying for me through everything I've been in the hospital. Everything he does is so outlandish to get attention. It's disgusting. It really is. It's just goddamn ridiculous. RayJ didn't think he'd make it to 2027. You're doing all this shit as a distraction. Let me show y'all why. Oh, for the love of God, please get your fucking car. All right, the first one is, here it is. Yeah, RayJ wants to leave the country over Diddy trial. This was just back in, I believe, June or July. His support of Diddy has stirred up viral moments across social media. It says a clip is circulating of the entertainer announcing plans to leave the country over the development in Diddy's RICO trial. And he said that people were on his Twitch, and he's like, so since they're on my Twitch, they better come get me now because I'm gone. And when I'm gone, ain't no turning back. He said his sudden declaration comes amid a wave of silence from celebrities close to Diddy as lawsuits mount. Some stars are gone quiet. And it said RayJ's decision arrives in the middle of that eerie calm, a moment when eyes are on anyone who speaks, who hides, or who runs. And it says he's live on Twitch, active on TikTok, and clearly looking for his next move. Oh, is it? Oh, look at this Diddy and RayJ video. I love it.
RayJ leaving the country because of the Diddy trial.
If they on my Twitch, they better come get me now, cause I'm gone. And when I'm gone, ain't no turning back, nigga. I'm going to Antigua, nigga. I'm hitting Alki David right now. I'm on my way to Antigua, nigga. We packing everything up right now.
Okay, so again, people who are innocent aren't even making plans to leave. Like, again, this is the same man, and this is what I was saying in the comments to the people that was getting their feelings. I said, this is the same man who has done nothing but constantly and consistently supported Diddy and talking about free Diddy and he shouldn't be in jail. This is also the man who was at Diddy's house when shit went down. And this is also the man who has alleged ties to Whitney Houston's death. And allegedly, Diddy was allegedly there at that time as well. Now, this is also why he is being sued right now by Kris Jenner and Kim Kardashian. They're suing him for defamation over racketeering claims because he kept saying all on social media that her and Kris Jenner needed to be investigated for a RICO. Now, here's the thing. There could be some truth to that based on even some of the research that I've been doing about them, because I'm also investigating them as well. There could be some truth to that. The problem is that Rayford has continuously to recklessly accuse them of that, saying that definitively he has evidence of them doing this, and that he was going to go to the FBI. So this is one of the cases that he recently was subpoenaed in, or not subpoenaed in, but served in, to where basically they're planning to sue him. And then also this one. Yeah, RayJ making claims about celebrities involved in Diddy's sex scandal. And then keep in mind, RayJ getting into it with Diddy's sons because he started saying too much about the wrong people. And then Suge Knight accusing RayJ and Diddy of being a couple. And that's the real tea, because that's also what Jonathan Hay was saying, that allegedly RayJ and Diddy, has some shit going on, as well as allegedly RayJ and RayJ being a cuckold allegedly for Beyonce and Jay-Z. So this is what just really kind of threw it off for me. RayJ says people do catch and kills all day. The term catch and kills is very telling. Somebody has the truth. Somebody pays you to keep it quiet, and hopefully that money that you got paid secures your happiness while you watch the lie continue to succeed. That is extremely telling for him to say all that. Almost sounds like a confession, allegedly. And he says, so RayJ's been hearing about these catch and kills happening as celebrities try to keep their names out of the legal trouble surrounding Combs. We know why he was arrested. It said, Levin asked Ray if he was suggesting that celebrities paying off victims is going on now And Ray responded, yes. Then he claimed stars were reaching out to him to talk about their experience now that details of Diddy's alleged crimes have come to light. Now, because of him clout chasing and saying that, he also alleged that he was subpoenaed to go testify about the people that had reached out to him allegedly about their experiences with Diddy. And I remember when he did that. I remember when he said that on the Piers Morgan show. And then that fake ass news background he made for his social media posts. But like I said, what angers me the most is knowing that I could spiritually feel he's faking. I'm not saying he didn't have a heart condition. I'm not saying that he didn't have some sort of issue with his heart. His heart chakra is obviously fucked up. But it's the fact that you literally had your mom out there begging and pleading for prayers for your ass. And then the very next day, you're out looking just fine, like we all figured your stupid ass was. So, yeah, Miss Mabel Norwood, this is your problem. You created this, and you need to take accountability for that. And you need to get your son some real help. Because it's obvious. And I don't care if nobody says, oh, don't diagnose. No, I have a sister with bipolar schizophrenia. He's behaving a lot like people who have been diagnosed with bipolar schizophrenia. Not to mention his complete disassociative tendencies. This is his response to Kris Jenner and Kim Kardashian suing him. Trolling is not slander. Ray asked the court to dismiss the defamation case because he says he was just trolling her and not slandering her. You accuse her and her mom of committing RICO. That's not trolling, sir. That is legally defamation and slander, because unless you have evidence to prove that, that's defamation and slander. So yeah, it says attorneys for RayJ asked a Superior Court judge on Tuesday. What's the date on this? This was published on March the 3rd. Okay, so just a few days ago. Damn, where was I at? Let me scroll back down. Yeah, asked the Superior Court judge on Tuesday to dismiss a defamation lawsuit filed against him by his one-time, why do they have to say paramour? She was a whore. Paramour Kim Kardashian. The two have been engaged in a bitter feud for decades. Okay, we already know about that, the sex tape. It said, so when Kardashian sued RayJ in Los Angeles Superior Court, accusing him of sustaining a campaign of harassment and defamation against her and her mother, Kris Jenner. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, it was the Fox show. I remember that clip that went viral on YouTube. So yeah, basically RayJ appeared on Fox talk show special about the Sean Diddy Combs RICO trial, in which he defended his longtime friend and music mogul, and in passing compared him unfavorably to the Kardashians, stating, if you told me that the Kardashians were being charged for racketeering, I might believe it. He later reiterated this view online, telling a group of fans on a live stream, the federal RICO I'm about to drop on Kris and Kim is about to be crazy. See, that's where you fail to have any sort of intelligence or critical thinking skills. If you're about to bring a lawsuit of that magnitude against somebody, you don't publicly publicize it on social media. You serve them with the lawsuit and take it to court. So you're threatening to drop a RICO on Kris Jenner and Kim, and now you're having people think that that's what they're doing. It's like common sense should have told him, hey, this isn't a wise thing to do. But it's RayJ, and everything he does is about attention because he has some serious unhealed childhood trauma issues. Like, even just looking at him, and I'm pretty sure he probably is rolling on at least 3 or 4 different things. The look on his face is, I am not here. I am disassociated. I'm off in la la land, whatever alleged substance has him on. but he looks thrown off mentally. Like, looking at him doing this, he looks like somebody who unfortunately belongs in a mental institute. Like, for real, for real. Not even joking. He needs help. And Miss Mabel Norwood, I would think you'd be more focused on your son's mental health and getting him help that he clearly needs. Because if he thinks that saying that he's going to drop a RICO case on Chris and Kim Kardashian is considered trolling, that's not troll. Then it says, yeah, Norwood is also widely known as a successful troll. Yeah, it says he filed an anti-SLAPP motion to dismiss the lawsuit, arguing that his statements were not provably false assertions of objective fact. He offered two somewhat novel defenses. First, he argued that he was merely trolling the Kardashians, not real accusations. You said that you're about to drop a RICO. That's a real accusation. And then also him being known for being a troll and engaging in provocation, insults people, talks a lot of smack online or streaming platforms. He says trolling is not slander. And wait, it gets better. He uses ChatGPT for research as his defense. So yeah, he said that on September 2nd, 2025, he input into ChatGPT, you know, we're about to file a lawsuit on the Kardashians out here for federal RICO and for civil RICO and coercion and everything else. You have all the files. He wrote in ChatGPT, he said ChatGPT responded that his RICO case was strong. This is just like when No Nuts went to court to defend himself for getting arrested for impersonating an attorney and actually getting paid by multiple clients to represent them, knowing that he wasn't a fucking attorney. And then the fucking judge asked him if he felt like he was mentally capable enough to represent himself. This is the same shit. This is the same type of shit, bro. Like, this is nuts. This is really nuts. So, yeah. Now y'all see why the fuck I went the hell in on his ass. Because I knew it. I was like, this motherfucker ain't no fucking way. Oh, he was about to die, but then the very next day, you out here looking like you rolling your ass off. And looking like you he looks like he escaped from the mental institute. I don't give a damn what nobody says. That's exactly how that motherfucker looks to me. You look like somebody need to call the county and tell them to come pick your ass up because you didn't somehow escape. And this one's from the source. RayJ wants to leave America after seeing Diddy trial unfold. Now, this is dated June 9th of last year. So this is not that long ago. Where he says again, they better come get me now. And then there's that video of him. And again, anybody who is common sense, if you are about to leave the country, why would you get on the live stream and tell them where you're going? Man, if they're coming for me, I'm going to leave the country. I'm going to go here. Why are you even doing this? Attention. Whatever he has to say to get attention, he's going to do just that. Even if it's putting dabs of blood under his eyes, with sunglasses on. Even if it's having his mom make an ass out of herself by making that bullshit ass video. It's just like, dude, bruh. You're not going to fake your death to get out of taking accountability for your alleged involvement with Diddy, sir. Not at all. Now, this is the other one. The Epstein web that connects Jay-Z, Diddy, Alex Spiro. Keep it in mind, Alex Spiro is the attorney. And a dead Russian senator, Umar, I can't pronounce the last name. I came across this as I was researching, and I'm actually going to show you guys on the next live the videos that actually show the evidence of this connection. But it says how the suspicious death of a Russian businessman exposed the intersecting worlds of convicted sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, entertainment outcast, not outcast, Sean J.C. Carter and Sean Diddy Combs, and the attorney who has fought to keep them all untouchable. Now the date on this is March the 3rd, so again, just a few days ago. I love how they have Beyonce, Jay-Z, and Diddy all in that picture with that Umar dude. Again, Beyonce, you ain't innocent either. Your day is coming, ma'am. Not just your mail order husband. On the morning of March 2nd, Russian businessman Umar was found dead. Pause. On the morning of March 2nd, the day after the satanic Saint Ikedat, the same satanic holiday on the day that Angie Stone was pronounced dead. This, again, it always connects. Every time I see a death and I come to this calendar, it's always on there when it's somebody in the industry, specifically people connected to fucking Jay-Z. The fact that Jay-Z's UME group was managing Angie Stone's label before she allegedly was killed, and Clive Davis owned it as well. Now here's another one connected to Jay-Z and Diddy, turned up dead either on or right after a satanic holiday. And again, this is a satanic holiday where they do a blood ritual, drinking of human blood for strength and homage to the demons. And then he just turned up dead the day after. Okay. In his luxury Moscow apartment with a bullet in his head. He was 67. 6 plus 7 is 13. And we know what 13 represents in Freemasonry. Russian authorities call it a suicide. They always do. It's always suicide or an overdose or fentanyl. Have y'all noticed that? It's always suicide, fentanyl, or an overdose. It's never just natural causes. Like, the fuck? Oh my God. So, Russian authorities called it suicide. His daughter called it silencing. That's extremely telling. That his daughter called it silencing. Weeks later, can't pronounce his last name. I'm going to just say Umar. Weeks later, Umar's name had appeared in the U.S. Department of Justice's latest release of Jeffrey Epstein documents. And with it, a set of relationships that threaten to unravel the carefully constructed public images of three of the most controversial men in American entertainment. Notice how Sean Jay-Z Carter was the first one named, then Sean Diddy Combs, and then their attorney, Alex Spiro. So Umar is now the latest name on a growing list of people connected to the Epstein scandal who have died under questionable circumstances. But this investigation is not primarily about him. It's about the men he connected and the machine that has worked to keep them above the law. Have y'all noticed that they always refer to the group of elite as a machine? I remember even Nene saying that on Real Housewives. She was like, and the machine continues. All of this shit, again, that people are like, oh, conspiracy theorists, conspiracy theory. Nah, this shit is making perfect sense now. Hold on, what's my phone doing? Now, again, Jay-Z first. Sean Carter and Sean Combs have been intertwined for decades, professionally, socially, as mounting evidence suggests an alleged criminal enterprise. They built empires side by side, Carter through Roc Nation, Combs through Bad Boy and Combs Enterprises. They attended each other's events, vacationed together, and shared overlapping business and legal teams. When Combs was arrested on federal sex trafficking charges in 2024, the immediate question among investigators and journalists was how far the network extended and whether Carter was a part of it. It's my personal belief that allegedly, definitely, Sean Carter was allegedly a part of it. Now, notice the look of surprise on Diddy's face, and he's holding, or the girl is holding on to him, and I do believe that's his daughter. Let's read the caption. Sean Diddy Combs, Umar, Alvina arrived for the Changling at the Palace Day Festivals during the 61st International Cannes Film Festival on May 20th, 2008 in Cannes, France. Why is she holding your arm? And is it me? Or does she look like a fucking teenager? She shouldn't be holding your arm at all. It looks inappropriate. Combs is now a convicted felon. Yeah, we know what he's serving. We know all of that. Now, it says Carter faces a separate civil lawsuit alleging sexual assault, and which he has denied through his attorney, Alex Spiro. So again, the connecting of this Umar guy to Diddy and Jay-Z and Spiro, and also the fact that Spiro has, been both of their attorneys, all of it is making perfect sense. It says, but the connections between the two men extend far beyond legal troubles. Look at Andre Harrell and him. Do y'all think him and Andre was the couple? A lot of people are saying that allegedly him and Andre was the couple. I'm not gonna lie to you. I could see it. Allegedly. So the former Russian senator Umar and Chechen-born oligarch publicly described how he became friends with both Combs and Carter at the Cannes Film Festival, where his yacht was docked alongside theirs. He wrote on Telegram that they became friends and later began attending various events together. He denied any knowledge of criminal activity, claiming there were no oil parties or any other shady stuff. Of course, everybody allegedly involved is going to vehemently deny it because they're not going to admit the shit. It said a pointed denial of the very kind of conduct in which Combs has now been convicted. At the same time, Umar was intimate with Jeffrey Epstein's inner circle. He called Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's convicted conspirator, his soulmate. Doge documents reveal a May 2001 email exchange in which he expressed his desire to see Maxwell in Moscow and take care of her. Interesting. Maxwell replied that she, Epstein, and an associate named Tom planned to visit Moscow that Friday. Umar acknowledged knowing Epstein by name and lamented Maxwell's imprisonment, calling her the most charming woman. This is giving throuple energy, especially from someone who's dated couples before. Now, apparently this is from Umar to Ghislaine. Dear Ghislaine, I'm back from London, planning to be in Moscow. Really want to see you, but I need to know exactly when you arrive because I want to take care of you and arrange welcoming things. Wishing you all the best. Were they fucking? Because what's this really want to see you and take care of you? Shit. And arrange welcoming things. Or is that pedophile talk? Or both? Sorry we did not come last week. Got sidetracked and ended up in France. However, we, Jeffrey, Tom, and I are coming next week, arriving Friday. Will you be around and can we get together? That sound like some orgy shit. That sound like y'all probably was all fucking, allegedly. Wow. So it says, Umar, in other words, was a bridge, a man whose personal relationship physically linked the Epstein-Maxwell trafficking operation to the entertainment access. That bridge is now destroyed. The question is who benefits from its destruction? Everybody who financially benefited from it. Alex Spiro in the Epstein files. It says no figure can more precisely embodies the legal machinery connecting those worlds than Alex Spiro. He is Jay-Z's personal attorney. He is Roc Nation's counsel. Wow. And as of the last Doge Epstein file release, he is named repeatedly in the Jeffrey Epstein's own communications. Pause. I want to say this for the sake of the dumbass bitches on Instagram that I know came over to my channel to watch right now. All you dumbass hoes that were defending Jay-Z, talking about just because his name was in the files don't mean shit. That's because you stupid bitches are not smart enough, nor educated enough, nor patient enough to actually do fucking research to find out how he was named in the files, not to mention the main one where he's named by the 13-year-old girl that says she was allegedly raped and woke up in a room with him and Harvey Weinstein. It's just, I guarantee you none of you dumbasses even knew this shit because you ain't never did no fucking research but wanted to go back and forth with me. Okay, that's why I disengaged and blocked them dumbass bitches. Because again, I guarantee you they had no idea that even fucking happened. In a Doge file, EFTA, not gonna say a long number, Spiro is described as a stone cold killer. Interesting. In a separate iMessage thread dated January 20th, 2019, Epstein himself wrote, "Yes, Alex Spiro and Burke both have worked with Ben and say Harvey can't handle that he is going away for 20 years. The Ben is Benjamin Brafman, the defense attorney who represented Sean Diddy Combs for decades and who was, at that time, Harvey Weinstein's lead counsel." Burke refers to William A. Burke of Quinn Emanuel. Spiro was then working under Brafman on the Weinstein defense alongside Lisa Bloom. But y'all don't believe the girl's accusation to the FBI about waking up in a room with Harvey Weinstein and Sean Carter after having allegedly been raped? Okay. The same message thread contains Epstein's writing, "Remember, age is only a number. Your behavior is more like 16. Wow. Are you having a wild party? Wow. I understand it's your birthday. Tell me exactly how much." Woody. "Yes, Alex Spiro and Burke have worked with Ben and say Harvey can't handle that." Oh, yeah. Okay. Wow. Oh, the shea butter is running into my eye. It said further documents reveal that on April 1st, 2019, Epstein emailed Catherine Rumler, former principal deputy White House counsel to President Obama and a listed backup executor of Epstein's will, writing, "Bannon thinks I should hire Burke and Spiro to deal with civil thoughts." 3 days later, on April 4th, Epstein emailed attorney Brad Karp stating, "Alex Spiro and Bannon coming at 4 tomorrow," confirmed by a Google Calendar entry. It says Steve Bannon, the former White House strategist, was personally recommending Alex Spiro to Jeffrey Epstein. Pause. Why in the fuck was Jeffrey Epstein connected to all these goddamn people? If all these goddamn people were not participating in all the fuck shit that he was doing. See, again, now my speculation of Jaguar, Diddy, Jay-Z, Epstein, Weinstein, and Oprah all being with Epstein over in Africa, allegedly, and also over in America, allegedly doing this trafficking shit, selling children, do all of that bullshit. This article right here makes that allegation, that alleged accusation, it makes it seem very, very possible. Very much so. The trajectory is damning. Spiro worked with Brafman defending Weinstein. So Alex Spiro worked with that attorney to defend Weinstein, a convicted serial rapist and close Epstein associate. So again, more and more that girl's accusation is sounding like it's 1000% real. Brafman simultaneously represented Diddy for decades. For decades, he's represented Diddy, which is sad. Because that means for decades, this stupid motherfucker's gotten away with shit because of this Brafman person. Epstein was personally consulting about hiring Spiro months before his death in a Manhattan jail cell. And Spiro then went on to become Jay-Z's chief legal defender, the man tasked with keeping Carter's empire intact as the walls closed in. So Spiro is there, basically protecting Jay-Z. Epstein wanted to hire him. And here's the thing. Why was Spiro having to work so hard to protect Jay-Z's image if Jay-Z wasn't doing anything wrong? So yeah, a pattern of silencing. Spiro's career is defined not merely by whom he defends, but how he operates. During the Weinstein defense, he was accused in a federal lawsuit of using deceptive tactics to obtain evidence from an accuser, a matter referred to the Manhattan District Attorney. He left the Manhattan DA's office under controversy after being accused of impersonating law enforcement in Miami and Manhattan courts. Same shit that fucking No Nut stupid ass did. Except for he is an actual attorney at least. Jack Palladino, the private investigator who worked for the Weinstein defense team alongside Spiro and Bloom, was murdered outside his San Francisco home shortly after his involvement in the case. One more again, Jack Palladino, a private investigator who worked for the Weinstein defense team alongside Spiro and Bloom, was murdered outside of his home shortly after his involvement with the case. That's extremely, extremely telling. The pattern has continued with his current client. Spiro has been deployed to sue whistleblower RayJ on behalf of Kris Jenner and Kim Kardashian after RayJ went public alleging human trafficking involving the Kardashian family. RayJ's claims have drawn attention to Corey Gamble, Jenner's longtime boyfriend, who has been extensively photographed with Jay-Z. Again, they're all connected. Exiting Carter's private jet. Wow. Riding in his vehicle and attending private meetings with Carter and Jeff Bezos. Wow. Gamble has been linked by former Combs associate to the suspicious 2018 death of Kim Porter. Wow. Even my investigation about Kim, this is damn. And family, isn't it crazy that it's a year later from when I was doing these investigations that now these new developments are coming out involving Jay-Z and Diddy and Epstein. Combs' longtime girlfriend, Kanye West, has also publicly accused the Kardashian family of involvement in sex trafficking. Yeah, he actually did, especially after divorcing her. Meanwhile, Roc Nation, Carter's entertainment empire with Spiro as counsel, faces a lawsuit alleging it functions as a conduit for money. Wait a minute. So he has a case against Roc Nation and from CASHAPP for the same shit? Hold up. Hold the fuck up. Hold up. See, I told y'all this is evidence of my premonition. I kept telling y'all this man was being investigated all last year for more than one case. Now here's the actual proof. So yeah, fuck you, Stone Paxton, for calling me a crazy conspiracy theorist. You only said that shit because you see how good I am at researching this shit. Okay, so Roc Nation, this is news to me in this very moment. Because I knew about this one. I showed you guys this one. About the Patel versus Dorsey over the CASHAPP row. And this was July of last year with them ugly ass Timu ass dreads. This one where he's being sued for being on the board that is alleging that, okay, so February 5th, 2025, a shareholder lawsuit filed in California accuses Jay-Z, the rapper, and Block Incorporated directors of allowing CASHAPP to become a hub for illegal activities, including money laundering, sex trafficking, and terrorism funding. Now here's a whole nother one with the same shit. Now this one against Roc Nation. When I told y'all that God was going to bring this man down, God is doing just that. I fucking love this right now. So yeah, faces another lawsuit alleging it functions as a conduit for money laundering, racketeering, and a broader RICO enterprise. Again, do y'all remember when that case with the girl that said she was raped allegedly by Diddy and him when she was 13, that was 30? Do y'all remember when she got that case, or when that case was dismissed, and everybody said that allegedly Jay-Z paid off the judge to dismiss the case with prejudice so it can never be brought again? Do y'all remember when I said he had other RICO cases coming against him? If anybody that's still listening in the chat remembers that, please just put a 1 in the chat, because I told y'all, I said he has other cases that are going to be even bigger than the one that he was able to allegedly, get dismissed with prejudice. These are much larger cases. These are much worse charges. These are felony charges, multiple felony charges. Multiple. Not just against him, you know, on the board with Cash App, but now your actual label. See, all the fucked up shit these people have done. Like I said, God's uncovering it in a way that they can't hide. It says the complaint cites coordination with figures including Fat Joe. There he is again. And now we understand why he was doing all that shit a few months ago. To launder illicit proceeds and provide cover for criminal activity. These allegations have jeopardized Roc Nation's $5 billion partnership with Caesars Entertainment for a Times Square casino, which was rejected. Damn, you lost $5 billion. God damn. And we thought the $500K for the Timu ass J's that wouldn't stay lit was bad. The through line is consistent. Wherever accusations surface against Carter, Combs, or their associates, Spiro materializes not to answer questions, but to silence the people that keep asking them. That the Epstein files now place Spiro inside Epstein's own network, being discussed and recommended in the sex traffickers' personal messages, transforms the attorney from a mere defender into a potential participant in a shared infrastructure of protection for serial predators. This right here is what I've been praying for all this shit to get exposed. Because how the fuck are you defending Diddy and Jay-Z if you were allegedly participating with Epstein? You shouldn't be an attorney at all. You shouldn't be anyone's counsel. You should probably be up in jail, just like goddamn Diddy, and right, which is exactly where Jay-Z ass is finna go. So yeah, I'm not gonna keep reading through all that because one, I'm tired. My sleep aid is starting to kick in. But I wanted to show that people keep, saying shit about me. Oh, she's crazy. Nah, motherfucker, I've been on point this whole damn time. Y'all the ones that's blind. I've been on point this whole fucking time. And now we see that clear connection between Jay-Z, Diddy, Epstein. And so now what I'm going to do is even more research to show you Epstein's connection to Oprah and the connection between Oprah, Jaguar, and Epstein, and these alleged, meetings that they all allegedly participated in together. And some of these meetings, from sources that I was told, did mimic satanic sacrifices. It wasn't like, people just met up and got together and sat down and talked. No, it said that at some of these meetings that children were allegedly tortured, and some that were even actually sacrificed allegedly at these meetings with Epstein. And that the reason they went over to Africa was to help aid, Oprah in obtaining more schools, trying to recruit more young girls, even though the assistant to the presidency of the school was arrested and convicted for charges of sexually assaulting the girls at Oprah's school. So it's like, yeah, the things that people were saying about Oprah and Jaguar, and it was like, yeah, just like on the Morbid Melon, which I will show that on the next live, the Morbid Melon video again. Because even though it's comedy and it's like dark humor, that shit pretty much depicted exactly what people have been actually saying. The allegations that Jaguar allegedly has been involved with Diddy and Jay-Z for decades, being a willing participant in the sacrifice of children allegedly. And again, her own video, let me pull that video up, where she talked about shopping, or not shopping, but watching videos that are being shopped and seeing who's being sold, who's being traded, who's being trafficked, all of this shit. It's like, again, why didn't any interviewer stop to ask, okay, why were you monitoring? Why were you watching? Like, what was the purpose, and did you do anything to stop it? Hold on, where is... Oh wait, I think I did find it. Give me a second.
Evidence of his debauchery.
Oh,
and
the irony that that's right where it was at.
it was a movie, it would be The Vampire of Brooklyn.
Oh, man.
Diddy would be Eddie Murphy. And Stevie J would be Kadeem Hardison, the ghoul.
I'm still trying to figure out the body language and the movement. Now, I know she was drinking because they showed her drinking out the bottle, but is it me or do she act like she rolling? Because that's what that's giving. Plus the sunglasses inside in the dark.
Stevie J was at the house in Miami when they pulled up Bad Boy style.
Oh, yeah, he was. He said I'm at Diddy's
Don't
house.
forget, he was there. They had him in twisty ties too, like they had the kids over there in the Beverly Hills.
I forget about that.
Fuck was you doing there?
He was getting hit.
He's a fucking ghoul. Let me tell you something. If Diddy and fucking Stevie J was a movie, it would be The Vampire of Brooklyn.
Oh, man.
Diddy would be Eddie Murphy. And Stevie J would be Kadeem Hardison, the ghoul.
God.
The nigga that he kept falling apart.
Yeah, losing his fingers.
Yeah, shit. But he was down because he was waiting for his moment. That's Stevie J.
Orlando Brown said Diddy's not going to jail. He said,
I can understand why you would say that.
yeah. Can you break that down a little bit more? Why you think he said
Well, considering that the is selling his own God evidence that would put him in jail against him on the dark net to the highest bidder. Why would he sell evidence of his debauchery and savagery? Why would he sell on the dark net his tapes of all the just terrible? Wanna know why? Because he doesn't intend to stand trial.
Is he protecting people or are people protecting him?
Oh no, he's selling it because he needs the cash. The last freak off tape that just got sold on the dark net, which I know because I monitor, went for $500 million. It had multiple stars in it. Nicki Minaj, Rihanna, Chris Brown, Justin Bieber, Drake. It was a really...
Now, one thing I will say, all those people she just named off, I don't recall any of them ever acknowledging, commenting on, or speaking on the Diddy trial or any of that shit.
Interesting night in Calabasas, and he just sold that footage.
And again, why name all those celebrities? How do you know all the details about where it was at? Why are you monitoring the dark net? How did you know how much it sold for? How do you know that Diddy needs the money? How do you know all this shit about Diddy? Are you fabricating it? It doesn't sound like it. It sounds like you have some sort of deep connection to Diddy that you're not telling. But here's the thing, again, as an interviewer, I would have definitely stopped to ask, respectfully, how do you know all of this? Were you Diddy's accountant? Because what she said on the Piers Morgan show was that she performed at the freak offs as a dominatrix, as a sex worker, and she had other girls there that were sex workers that had body cam footage. So were you there when he was shooting the footage that you saw get allegedly sold on the dark net? I just, again, how do you know all of this? Everybody kept saying, how come Diddy and Jay-Z haven't sued her? And I kept saying, probably because she got dirt on him. But I think the real is that y'all probably all have dirt on each other. And now it's every man, woman for theyself, and whoever can throw each other under the bus the most might come out on top. If they snitch, then, you know, they feel like maybe then I won't get arrested. Now, Jay-Z, I absolutely had a premonition of him getting arrested. I think it'll happen by 2027, if not before.
How come you think it doesn't get leaked to the public?
The dark net?
Yeah, like...
Because of the dark coin. Most people don't even know that the dark coin exists.
So how do you know it exists, Jaguar? If I was interviewing her, that would be my next question. How do you know that it exists? Like, are we looking at a former hip-hop singer? Or are we looking at an agent or an informant? Or a double agent who's playing both sides? Everyday civilians don't monitor the dark net because, like you said, we don't even know how to have access to it. We don't engage in the dark net or the dark coin, the dark anything. Why are you so involved in this if you're not being incentivized to be involved? Why do you care about what videos Diddy's selling on the dark net and the dark coin, and who asked you to monitor? Like, did somebody hire you? Like, these people on this channel just, it's like they just kind of let her talk. They do a lot of ad-libbing. Oh man, you know, just like ad-libs. But you're not actually engaging in an actual interview where you're asking questions that will get us answers to figure out how we can stop this. You're just letting her tell these very prolific stories.
But that's how they're trading for all of the flesh they sell.
That right there, that's how they're, so she's saying the dark coin, that's how they're trading all of the flesh they sell. So again, you are publicly admitting to witnessing human trafficking, and you're still allowed to be on platforms speaking, and nobody ever thought to call the laws and be like, maybe y'all need to interrogate her to find out how she know all this shit. So maybe since she does know all this shit, she might know how to find these people. Well, you know what I think, Jaguar? I don't think you ever rescued anybody from being sexually trafficked. I believe that you've been planted allegedly as a scout to help people get trafficked, especially if you're sitting there monitoring the dark net and the dark coin and flesh, the dark coin and flesh being traded. That's just critical thinking skills. That's outside of spirituality. Now, spiritually, yeah, it definitely feels like you were allegedly involved, deeply involved, and decided to play both sides by publicly claiming to be an advocate and, you know, defender of freedom and all this other bullshit. But yet you have so much knowledge about people being traded, sold, and trafficked on the dark net using the dark coin. Why the fuck haven't you been interrogated? Probably because you are connected to this network with Epstein. Probably because they know the mind fuck would be, let's send her to befriend multiple victims that are vulnerable or that are healing, she might be able to get some people trafficked for our rituals. This is why the investigation continues. It's not about revenge. It's not about any of that. You've said way too much publicly and you are still alive. There's a reason for that. Most people who would have shared as much detail as you did on this one interview would have came up missing. Never heard from again. Or end up in a shipping container as you told me I was going to end up if I didn't stop. Tell me how Jay-Z is going to send people after me. And this is what she said on our phone call. Jay-Z is hunting spiritualists. She said that to me. Again, since you record phone calls, please play that one publicly on your channel. Where you screamed in my ear that Jay-Z was hunting spiritualists, that he's hunting truth tellers, he's trying to kill them all and he's coming for you next. Then the whole you going into the thing about Danny Robertson being used by him and Danny Robertson being on Jay-Z's payroll, and that's the reason that Danny Robertson was coming against you so much, was because Danny Robertson's being paid by Jay-Z and Diddy allegedly to try to silence and take down all the channels of the truth tellers. You can't claim to be a truth teller and lie at the same time. Because an advocate would never ever threaten for another woman and her children to be raped and bullets to be put in their heads. An advocate doesn't sit on the dark net and monitor videos of flesh being bought and sold and traded. An advocate is going to use that inside information, infiltrate and rescue those that are being traded, not brag about how they monitor the shit. See, everybody else on YouTube be talking shit about you just to be talking shit about you. I'm actually investigating. Because this is some crazy shit. If you see it, you should be stopping it. If you have access to see people are being traded and bought, why don't you stop it? You have an inside connection to be able to stop it, according to what you're saying. So why you ain't stopping the shit? Why are you watching it? Why are you monitoring it?
Which is why I became so outraged last year when the twins turned 16 and he had them dressed like prostitutes and then he auctioned them off as NFTs.
This sounds like you're making it sound like you were present there. You got pissed off when he dressed up his daughters like prostitutes and sold them as NFTs. Again, how do you know this if you weren't right there with him? Like people have been saying. You know an awful lot for somebody claiming to be innocent, and then this shit with Jay-Z's connection. In the obsessive way you were going in on Jay-Z, like you were, a former bottom bitch, former lover, scorned that he didn't pick you. This is quite interesting. It's quite interesting that this connection has been discovered, but you were talking about this shit. When was this published again? Let's see. Wasn't this just last May? Okay, so this is May of 2024. So a year and a half ago, you were talking about this. Details about how you witnessed people being traded and trafficked and tapes being sold of said activity. Flesh being traded and bought. Why didn't you stop it? That much insider information. Why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you actually utilize the information you had to rescue the people whose flesh you saw being sold? That's what a real advocate would do, and that is what a so-called defender of freedom would do.
Because the NFT that he sold into was attached to that dark fucking coin. It was like a promissory note to sell his daughters to the highest bidder.
You see movies like Hostel. Do places like that really exist?
Absolutely.
My second question would have been, how do you know that places like that exist? Have you been there? If you haven't seen the movie Hostel, you should watch it this weekend. The very first time I watched that movie, I'm not gonna lie, I like scary movies and stuff, but that one was a bit much. Especially the parts where they showed people paying to come to the hostel to have the experience of killing people. People who just are sociopaths and psychopaths that live everyday lives like, you know, everyday people, teachers, politicians, come into a hostel to pay for watching women get raped, to pay for snuff films being made in real life, to pay for being able to hunt and kill a person. Those are the things that she's been accused of allegedly participating in with Jay-Z and Diddy, and now with Jay-Z, Diddy, Oprah, and Weinstein and Epstein. Just want to make sure I pointed that out.
Absolutely.
Dude, the things that...
And then, again, they asked the question, do those places exist? She immediately answered, absolutely. They did not follow up with a question and instead just nervously laughed like, damn, she really just admitted that those places exist. You can tell they're afraid. My thing is, why bring up a dark question like that if you're shocked at the response that she gives? You should expect someone who's telling you this much detail about the dark net to answer that question with a yes.
Go on in places like that exist.
Absolutely.
Shit. It's funny because...
There are 3 women I know, which is why I became so outraged last year when the twins are in the world. Absolutely.
Shit. It's funny because...
There are 3 women I know right now in my life.
Notice how she cut him off before he could even continue his question. She would do that with me all the time when she was on panel, and with Odell. Especially if she wanted to change the subject, she would cut you off and start a whole new... Because all of a sudden she just cut him off and interjected with, there are 3 women. This is when she's going into her, her I rescued women from Epstein Island bullshit.
They've been in my life for 6 years.
Really exist?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Dude, the things that go on in places like that exist.
Absolutely.
Shit. It's funny because...
There are 3 women I know right now in my life. They've been in my life for 6 years. I've been caring for them for 3 years.
This is the part I want to point out, the theatrics of her voice switching to making a noise like your voice is cracking and sobbing, but there are no tears. This part of this interview feels extremely performative. When she's like, there's 3 women in my life. Voice starts shaking for emotional, pull on your emotions. And they've been under my care for 6 years. Pause. Again, you were arrested for the first half of 2018, which that would have been 6 years before May of 2024. You were arrested, and according to the Ashley Parham docket that, you know, you submitted your motion to be dismissed from the case, that was never approved. You put on there that you were arrested from January of 2018 until April of 2018. And then when I was doing the research about Giovanni and his alleged sacrifice, that happened in October of 2018. When at any point, and then you also claim to have gone over to Epstein Island. I want to know when in 2018 you alleged that you went to Epstein Island, and how were women under your care when you were constantly in and out of jail and also grieving the loss of your son. And then you were in multiple relationships throughout that time too, including Goomba, you know, the ashes. Like, were those women in your care when you were throwing the ashes on Goomba and flipping out, being demonically possessed at that barbershop? Were the women under your care when you were going back and forth with content creators? I'm just like, when and how, Sway? Because even though you and your crew made fun of my situation, you were literally in my situation, but worse. You were constantly moving around. So in order for people to be under your care would insinuate that you had a home for these people and they lived with you under your care for 6 years, but you didn't even have a consistent place to stay, let alone, I mean, where were they under your care? When people say things like that, it's kind of like, okay, elaborate exactly how and when, because you were locked up for the first half of the year, damn near. And unfortunately, at the end of the year, you were dealing with the loss of Giovanni. So there's May, June, July, August, September. There's a 5-month period between when you said you were incarcerated to where your son was allegedly sacrificed. So within those 5 months, you were able to obtain the money, the funding, a private jet or a helicopter, a passport, and all the money to fly over to Epstein's Island. And then you had money to purchase a boat to go rescue women from the island. It just, you know, it's like the more you sit on this couch, it just feels like the more you just be saying shit or making shit up, you know, to see who will believe it, allegedly. Or at least that's how it looks to me. Now, as it pertains to your connection with Jay-Z, I'm definitely still continuing to investigate that. More and more sources are saying that y'all allegedly used to be fucking back in the day. And when things didn't work out and he chose other women over you, that allegedly you got upset, and that's when you decided that you was going to start snitching on him and Diddy and all that shit. Now, again, this is all alleged. I don't know exactly if that's true, but it's starting to look like it, given, you know, I stopped watching, of course, her channel, her content. I don't watch real life street stars. I did recently look at the video that they did with Flip, just because I support Flip, the Freestyle King. But, you know, I just don't recall you ever, you know, publicly making it known about your so-called victims on any of these platforms. And I don't know when's the last time you've even talked about Jay-Z, about like exposing him. I know on Storm's channel you were constantly talking about Jay-Z and Diddy and exposing them, and, you know, telling your version of whatever you said you experienced with them. But how do you go from constantly calling yourself exposing them to all of a sudden you're just quiet about it? And also, when the Ashley Parham versus Combs hearing was open, and it was, you know, in the process of getting scheduled. The allegations against you were, a lot of things that were being said were things that you said during our phone calls privately. And on top of that, the way you kept talking directly to Jay-Z from my channel while we were on platform, it felt like either secret lovers or old lovers. It just felt like a romantic past was there. Spiritually, it really did. And like somebody who, you love this person because of whatever history y'all may have had, but you also know that this person's really fucked up. It was, I don't know, that, and then when you guys had told me that she did a live where she was reminiscent on singing with him and was crying, something about that feels like maybe there is feelings of unrequited love. That's what it feels like. And a person who is dealing with unhealed mother wounds, abandonment, sexual abuse, you know, all of that. Yeah, I could see that triggering a campaign to bring him down. Now, I don't believe for a second that Jay-Z's innocent of anything. I think every single accusation against him is probably the truth. I really do feel that way. And I feel like a lot of things are about to come forward that's going to expose just that. So in no way am I saying that I don't believe that Jay-Z's fucked up. No, I 1000% believe it. And in fact, I believe that Jay-Z and Diddy had something to do with every one of these people in the industry that have died, including Angie Stone, especially Angie Stone. Because I showed you guys that, how her catalog increased in sales by, what was it, 13,000%. He was the one managing her catalog before she got killed, allegedly. So again, Jay-Z's connected to all of these people. And all these other women who call themselves being whistleblowers or truth tellers, who actually were truth tellers, they did end up dead, unfortunately. Which again, Jaguar, why are you being allowed to say all this shit? She been telling me and everybody else, they're coming for me. They're trying to kill me because I'm exposing the truth, because I'm talking about Jay-Z and Diddy. But are you? Or are you just an agent of chaos and drama sent to YouTube to cause distractions? So yeah, this article by Shakya, very telling. I mean, because they put the pieces together shit better than me, as analytical as I am. And I'm like, God damn it, it makes sense. And then all these people coming up mysteriously dead that are amid this shit getting exposed. Rayford up here trying to, in my opinion, fake his death so he don't have to deal with, you know, the realness of having to answer questions about your involvement. You up here clout chasing on social media, talking about people have been reaching out to you, sharing their experience that they went through with Diddy. That means they are potential victims and witnesses, and you should have been turning that shit over to the laws so that they could investigate and get justice for those victims. But when you are a man who brags about getting other men raped, I could see why you probably didn't give a fuck. Got to look at the behavior of the people that are all connected to one another. There's a reason they're all connected. There's a reason that Jay-Z, Diddy, and RayJ are connected, and that they are connected to Harvey Weinstein as well, who's connected to Oprah, who's connected to Tyler Perry, and how, you know, Jaguar's constantly inserting herself into rooms of controversy to stay relevant, and also has had negative things to say about all of these people, but also have connections to all of these people. So it's not far-fetched to believe that she could have been over in Africa with Epstein and Harvey Weinstein and Oprah and Jay-Z and Diddy and allegedly Beyonce and Tina Knowles to be setting up new buildings, new schools, new programs, going to evaluate the children that they're allegedly gonna abduct. Multiple people were like, yeah, they have a farm where they shoot kids for sport. It's over in Africa. And they said that allegedly it's right by Oprah schools. And again, the president of her school got arrested and convicted for raping and sexually assaulting the young girls at the girls' school. So yeah, I don't put nothing past none of these motherfuckers. I really don't. But I love that I found this article that connects them all. And the fact that they called Alex Spiro a stone cold killer, not a stone cold attorney, a stone cold killer. People only use that term when they feel that it's real. All right, so with that being said, y'all, I'm about to end the live. I'm tired. It's after 5. I am going to definitely be coming back this weekend with the live about Angie Stone and the updates that I have about that a year later. Also the updates I have about Stone Paxton's alleged involvement with her and all of that, in addition to updates about Kim Porter, how that relates now to Mary J. Blige, who was also being investigated at this time, and so is J-Lo. A lot of these people who have been extremely silent are all being held accountable, and I'm here for all of it. So family, thank y'all so much for tuning in. Thank you to those that stayed throughout the whole live. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Ooh, now I gotta braid this all back up. But I want to at least let my scalp breathe a little bit. Like I said, the blur effect isn't showing the full effect, but the afro is afroing. So again, thank y'all for tuning in. If you're new to the channel, thank you. Welcome to D's World. Make sure to turn on your notification bell. That way you get notified every time I go live or upload, and y'all continue to stay tuned. Like I said, I am producing my movie, my animated series, and my first album. In addition to still doing the investigative research, my spirituality, I do offer one-on-one video consultations for those who are seeking healing with spirituality, or if you have questions about spirituality, if you have questions about your own spiritual gifts, if you want an ancestor channeled, anything in terms of spirituality and healing, I offer one-on-one video consultation sessions. If you're interested in that, DM me on Instagram and I can give you more details. But again, thank you to everybody who's been supporting the channel. Thank you to those who leave comments after the lives and that engage in the chat. Thank you so much. Y'all continue to stay tuned. I will be back later. Y'all have a blessed day.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and turn on that notification bell.